none of these news people ask him a simple question. How did his parents end up in Uganda through Idi Amin's raid? Because Idi Amin deported like hundreds of thousands of Indians from Uganda, and recently his parents somehow stayed alive, and his parents are like millionaires from India. He's like a circus person. He's never had a real job in his life. His parents are both millionaires. That's how he ended up in Colombia.
Well, isn't that how they all ended up? I mean,
yeah, but I want to say something like, but the thing is, like, they talk about colonialism. How did his parents make millions of dollars if he's against colonialism? The Indians came to Uganda to be colonists, and that's how you have an Indian population.
But I don't understand.
That's how you have someone. But the thing is, like, all these socialists are all wealthy. Most people, you don't have time to be a socialist if you're not wealthy. That's all I'm trying to say. But a lot of people don't understand. So a lot of these socialists that I meet, or even my missus they've talked to, I'll be like, yeah, but you don't understand how it's like to work 5 days a week because you're always wealthy. And I always find the biggest socialists are the ones that have the most money. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, isn't that how we have precedents in history too, where after all, the Soviet Union,
Che Guevara, yeah.
You know, but this is what it is. So socialism cannot. In fact, the very theoreticians of socialism have made this very clear. Socialism cannot even come to fruition or come to existence or even emerge and establish itself without riding on the back of capitalism. And when they said, you know, well, I mean, look what socialism did. It actually rode on the back of capitalism and then withered everything away. The state didn't wither, as proposed by Marx, but everything else withered. Millions of lives and suppression and social institutions.
Do you know about this girl in the university who wears a hijab, and she openly says that we are doing, I forgot her name. She was saying that, how gangster are you? You don't want to do jihad in the West? And she has a photo with Zorhan Mandani and she got rusticated from the college.
You're not talking about Linda Sarsour, are you?
I don't know. She has a sweet face, but she has evil intentions for the West.
Does she look inbred? Or does she look normal?
Normal. She's a college student and she was openly calling for jihad, and then she was ousted from the college, rusticated from the college.
African descent or what?
No, she's a brown Muslim woman.
Yeah.
Girl.
No, then it's not
they all look the same. I don't know who this is.
Yeah.
No, it's not Linda Sarsour. It can't be Linda Sarsour. She's not from African descent. She's not from African descent. But so what was she calling for exactly?
She was saying that no matter the college ousted me.
Like real gangsters, or was she just?
No. She was saying this on a podcast or something. She was saying this in a YouTube video that, I mean, how gangster are you? The college ousted you, the college rusticated you, and you don't want to do this anymore? No, I will still call for jihad against the West, and I will still do this. I'm a gangster. And I'm like, what? The gangster shit that you're talking about has come from the West, and you call yourself a jihadist.
Yeah.
And seriously, what the fuck are you doing here?
Was she like a Muslim? Was she like a Muslim jihadist, or was she?
Yeah. She's a jihadist, but she also calls herself a student.
Typical.
Does she have
typical level?
Does she have big tits? Were her tits big?
No, her tits ain't big.
Probably small. I mean, you never know. With these people, that's why they have 3% rate of inbred in the NHL.
No. Wait a sec. How is America allowing this? She openly says that she's doing jihad against the West, jihad against America, and they're not deporting her. What the fuck is happening?
She's probably already.
Why wouldn't you deport her?
Probably Biden gave her citizenship or some bullshit. That's why.
Look, it's sad to see these people. You know what I like though? What I've been seeing lately, Avi, is people journalists or just people on YouTube channels have been going into the inner cities. For example, there was this short I watched. If I find it, I'll send you the link. I'm sure I'll find it. They go into Brooklyn, so areas like Flatbush and Fifth Avenue and all that stuff. So they're asking people, like people from the quote unquote hood, right? They're asking them, what do you think of this and that? And many of them don't even know what's going on. They'll have to say, look, bro, I don't got a house. I don't even have a house. And these people are getting that? Why are they getting that? I need to get that.
Yeah, but most Americans are dumb. Elon even said it. He said Americans are dumb.
But I'm really glad because see, when people and this is what saddens me, man, is a lot of the people in these congested neighborhoods, these governmentally downtrodden neighborhoods, are the ones that bearing the brunt. They're bearing the brunt of all this, and they don't deserve that. So when they come out and speak and say, look, bro, I need to get those benefits. My family have been living on this land for centuries. Okay, where's my benefit? Well, I need those benefits to help me get off the ground. Don't bring foreigners in. So I'm starting to see that trend, and I think that's great.
That's not true. Because most Americans need to be deported, and foreigners need to be imported to make the country great again. You got to get rid of it.
You import garbage, you become garbage.
I know, honestly, though.
I want to ask a question, actually. Can you tell me what's the woke right? I mean, like everybody has been talking about this topic for...
Woke right? You want the woke right?
Woke right. Yeah,
the
woke right. People like Candace Owens.
Yeah, Candace Owens, Charlie Kirk. Yes.
Charlie Kirk?
Woke right.
Bro,
yes.
He's my favorite. What the fuck?
Look,
how is he woke right?
I don't hate the guy. I don't despise the guy. But Charlie Kirk is disingenuous. He's disingenuous.
Like which one? Which view exactly?
Okay, and you cannot appeal to science, Charlie Kirk, when it comes to, for example, transgenderism, but then you fall back on it when it comes to the Bible. Don't do that.
Explain.
Okay, for instance, when a person says, you only have XX chromosomes, XY chromosomes, and secondary sexual characteristics. I agree with you. Simple biology. We all learned it in junior high school. However, since you appeal to science so much and you hold science in such a high regard, right? Why don't you accord it the same respect and regard when it comes to your policies that are based on beliefs, Christian beliefs, immorality?
Oh, so he's poorly managing the balance between science and religion.
Sir. And that's one of the woke. Okay. Another woke thing that Candace Owens. Now, I respect Candace Owens for one thing. The fact that
anti-Israel stand.
No. During COVID, she stood up. She was against certain authoritarian policies. Okay. She wanted people to know the truth. I agree with her that if you're going to claim that and this is why I go against the left here. If you're going to claim my body, my choice, you cannot turn around and in the same breath tell somebody, when it comes to vaccines, your body, my choice, or your body, no choice. Now, scientifically speaking, yes, take the vaccine. And it's not surprising that the vaccine came up so fast. It was produced and manufactured so fast because pharmacological science, with all of its erroneous past, with all of its shortcomings, we have done good progress in terms of genetics and virology, right? But when it comes to public policy, in my opinion, I would say science has no bearing on it. Science says, look, this is effective stuff. When it comes to the ethics, policy, you take it. You don't want to take it, fine. You've made the choice, you suffer the consequences. So when it came to the battle of narratives between left and right, I respected her for that. Even when, what's her name? I forgot the doctor's name who actually supported her in this too. and she's a neuroscientist, and I love her, by the way. Great scientist in her own respect, and I respected that. But when Candace Owens began towing the line of the idea of this and Israel this and 40,000 and genocide, shut up, Candace. You're telling me, Candace?
Yeah, exactly. That's the reason why I'm so
telling me that one of the judges on the panel of the ICJ that came on the BBC and said that we've never ruled against Israel. We haven't said it. You're telling me you know better than the judge? No. And you're toting the same propaganda lines that is being towed by Hamas? Shut up, Candace.
Look,
Candace has a problem. Candace has a problem, along with Kanye West. Look, if you have a problem with Leor Cohen, right, then say fuck Leor Cohen. And you should thank Leor Cohen. Because of Leor Cohen, Jay-Z is a billionaire. Because of Leor Cohen, DMX had enough money to do crack. Because of Leor Cohen, Russell Simmons is well off in his retirement.
Yeah.
These guys should be thanking Leor Cohen.
And Navi, Alpha, I thank you guys for, and it's very good points, Alpha. Very good points. Look, many girls have dated Mr. Jeff here, right? Many girls on Clubhouse. Many girls. They have told me personally.
Okay.
Dated Mr. Jeff.
This has nothing to do with Jeff. Like, what are you talking about?
Hey, Chief, can you let me finish a sentence?
Sure.
Okay. And but none of them, they're all elderly, well-respected women, all of them. And and good on Jeff. I really hats off to Jeff.
That's it.
Left, right, and center. Jeff is getting action. Jeff is getting action on Clubhouse, right? And
Was that it? That was the dumb mistake I had all night, even from the Islamists.
Okay.
If Jeff is getting action, he's getting action. Who gives a damn? Like, nobody cares about what...
I do give a damn, Ashik, because you should have called me as his personal photojournalist. Anyway, I don't know what to say to that. What do I say to that, bro? I have nothing to say to that. Good for Jeff. Stay healthy, Jeff. Damn, I don't know what to say to that.
Anna Kasparian recently was on Berserk mode in Piers Morgan's show, and then she shouted on an Israeli official or something. Did you guys watch that episode? It's wild.
No, I hate Piers Morgan. He's a cunt. Fuck him.
He's woke right too.
I'll say this, Avi. So there's no animosity, in my opinion, towards Candace Owens. Okay? But Candace Owens, for instance, going on... See, have you seen Candace Owens on Bill Maher's podcast? Did anybody see the segment?
I watched the Jubilee video.
No,
Candace Owens versus liberals.
I love Armago. She's just like some when I want nothing to do with her.
Go watch Candace Owens with Bill Maher. She does not have the audacity, to confront him on controversial issues. That's number one. And she does not have the temerity to make the claims that she does now. Now, when she's trying to pretend this anti-establishmentarianism that she's trying to do, fine. You're trying to be a contrarian, fine, be a contrarian. However, don't start disseminating propagandist and anti-Semitic libels against a nation, poisonous conspiracies, and I mean poisonous because they do cause mental retardation, okay? And rehash the same ones that we've been hearing for decades, if not centuries, okay? So this is the problem. But other than that, you're free to your opinion, man. She hasn't said everything that's unfactual. No, she said things that are also factual. But for Candace Owens, right, with her moralism, come on, Candace. You don't bring 19-year-olds and 20-year-olds from OnlyFans or from any college. Don't do that. Charlie Kirk.
Alpha, can I ask you a serious question?
Charlie Kirk is something different. Like Charlie Kirk is one of the best conservative speakers that I've ever came across. I mean, like he gives points, and I buy them, even with my own research and stuff. Yeah.
The Charlie Kirk,
especially on the small. Yeah, like small but strong governments and strong borders and abortion issue and everything.
Can we be honest though, Alpha? Candace Owens, her audience is black, right? Black male and like primarily black.
I'm really concerned about her audience.
White people follow her too.
For me, it's just to be consistent.
No, look. I don't think anyone watches her who is not black. If you're not black, you don't watch Candace Owens. Nobody really cares what Candace Owens thinks unless you're black.
Look.
And it's a fact.
Candace Owens has a problem.
This is the truth about America. This is the truth about America.
Candace Owens had a personal.
Nobody cares what she thinks in America unless maybe a few black people. Even black people don't even care what she thinks.
But for me, it's really not black and white. For me, it's
this is the truth. America is racially.
She had a disagreement, and she had a very vehement disagreement with Rabbi Shmuley. And after that conversation, Candace Owens cannot speak about Israel without toting Hamas propaganda. Look, Miss Candace, you have a problem with Rabbi Shmuley. That's between you and him. But don't try to demonize a nation, okay, for your own personal vendetta.
And then look, Alpha, the only people falling for it are either the blacks or the black sympathizers. There is a black sympathizer community who is not black in America, but who do sympathize, perhaps because, very dark, insecure, about their dark skin or
that's I think that's one of the funniest things I've ever black sympathizer, dude.
Some of these places,
I don't know what black sympathizer means.
It's like a rage bait thing from loser white guys that they say it all the time. Candace Owens, I don't like Candace Owens because she's just simply wrong. It has nothing to do with the black-white thing. If I didn't like black people, if I didn't like white people, I didn't like Jewish people, I wouldn't talk to none of y'all. But it's always like a white guy being like, all of the black people.
Who came from Sudan?
Let me land, bro.
Who came from Sudan to Australia?
Calm down. Let me land. You can finish after me. It's always like a white guy being like, it's a black people with a cat. No, actually, the people that push what the white conservatives really like, it's a black woman can say everything we want to say, but we can't say it. From 2016 until like 2023, when you could finally say what you wanted to say, because for those years you were such cowardice about it. You let like trans be in front of magazines, you let like lesbians in front of magazines, you let so many people become in magazines. But at that time you were happy enough to be like, Candace Owens can just say what we don't want to say. But as soon as she comes out of fashion, you're like, she just speaks to the black people. No, she doesn't fucking speak to the black people. Most black people detest Candace Owens. And most Catholics detest Candace Owens. I'm a Roman Catholic. She converted to Roman Catholicism last year, and she doesn't even know the Nicene prayer. What kind of Catholic becomes a Catholic without knowing the Nicene prayer? It's just... It's detestable.
No, look, for
and
me,
it's
just journalism.
So don't come here and tell me it's like a black people thing to be like,
Well, what I'm trying to say, let me get to the core of the issue, right? You moved from Sudan to Australia, fair, right? And Australia is a great country, right? Sudan is a great country.
No. Actually, let me correct you. I moved from South Sudan to Australia.
Okay, fair enough. And thanks for the correction. However, what I'm trying to get at, you came from majority black nations, South Sudan and that region, but it's very like highly tribalized. You have all your tribal communities, all these divisions, and then you move to a country like Australia, a very cosmopolitan. Okay. Let me finish, Alpha. So Australia is like at least 20 to 25 years ahead of America in terms of the racial issue. Australians
like false. False.
Let me finish. I've seen both countries. In America, race is a very important issue. Okay, and the society and how America works, a race is extremely important, and it's a very crucial component of how the society functions. Not so much in Australia. Australia is a little more cosmopolitan, a little more advanced. Even ahead of Canada. Canada is ahead of the U.S. and then Australia is ahead of Canada. So that should put things in perspective a little bit for you. Okay, race matters in America. It goddamn matters in America, and I don't care what anybody says. If they say otherwise, they're too much left. They got a little bit of those those horse blinders around their eyes.
But don't you think that it's time to get over racism?
I gotta go. I can't listen to the wisdom of a retard anymore. He's got about as much sense as I've slept with elderly.
I'm so sorry, Jeff.
I understand, Jeff. I understand. Take care, my brother.
I'm out of here, Jeff. Bye-bye.
Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom.
Alpha.
Finally. God damn it. Yeah. I can't my son had nothing to do with it. Yeah, I get it. Look, Israel is a great country. Israel is a great country. Okay? Israeli Jews are amazing people. Alpha can attest to this. Israeli Jews are amazing people. You want to say American Jews? Bruh, give me a break. A bitch slap those American Jews. Because
you can't even bitch slap yourself. What are you doing?
They've been fighting. I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right now.
Wait a second.
I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right
for 2 years. You've never put on a single uniform. You're not
I would bitch slap you back to Dubai right now.
Because you're a wife beater. That's what you do.
I would bitch slap you from Perth to Dubai.
Be like, yeah,
one
I'm
slap.
girlfriend because they're gonna bitch slap you because they've been
One slap. One slap from Perth to Dubai.
You've never put on any uniform ever. You're such a pussy. Like
You can't even play basketball properly.
But
The one talent you have is basketball.
Wait a second, guys, please, guys,
He's a
please.
fucking retard. He's thinking he's just gonna walk up to a random Jew and be like, yeah.
I would bitch slap you back to
Wait a second,
Dubai.
wait a
Armed forces are hard.
Wait a second. Let me mediate. Okay, let me mediate. S500.
Shabbat shalom.
S500.
Shabbat shalom.
You're not
Yeah.
a retard.
Sure. I'm calling you. S500. I want to talk to you.
Let us speak, brother. Let us speak.
What's your ethnicity?
Basically, my father's side is from Malawi. Okay, and my mother's side is actually Pacific Islander.
Pacific Islander and Malawi. Okay. What's your religion?
I was raised a Christian, but now I lean more towards Buddhism. That's my
So you're ethnically brown or black? Like, what's your race?
Half African, half Pacific Islander.
Which type of Buddhism are you?
Theravada.
And what year did you become a Buddhist?
2009.
2009? You're old. Fucking hell. But anyway.
I was 11 years old at the time. I was 11 years old. I didn't even tell my parents for 7 years.
Did you get confirmed before you left the Catholic Church?
What do you mean? Did I get confirmed before I went to Catholic Church?
Did you get confirmed in the Catholic Church? Did you get confirmed?
Yeah, when I was a kid, of course. When I was a kid, we used to attend church every Sunday.
You're such a liar because you get confirmed in the Catholic Church when you're 10 or 11. So many people lie on here. It's ridiculous.
Look.
You're such a ridiculous. I'm sick of you. Like, you can't even tell the truth. Shame on you.
You know the biggest shame?
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you.
I'll tell you the biggest shame.
Shame on you. Shut the fuck up. You get confirmed as a Catholic when you're 10 and you're 11 years of age. He's a damn liar. Shame on him.
Seriously.
Fuck that liar.
Seriously. Alpha,
Because at 10 years of age, if you're born a Roman Catholic, that's when you get confirmed. Shame on this disgusting liar for trying to bring shame on people. If you're going to tell the truth, just tell the truth. It's a disgusting thing to do. Pretending you're somebody else. What a shameful thing to do. Is that even allowed in Buddhism? I don't even think it's a Buddhist. Malawi and Pacific Islander. You know how many islands are in the Pacific? It's retarded and ridiculous.
He's not here, he's gone.
It's ridiculous. She's a liar. Because if you ask any Catholic woman, you confirm, they'll be like, yeah, 10 years of age, 11 years of age, this is my Pope, this is the bishop.
No, the thing is, he was hardly speaking English. He can't even speak English. He was hardly doing the American accent.
He's retarded. He's not even American. He's not American. He's probably like Bangladeshi or something. I don't even know. But it's not American or something else like that. It's ridiculous. I can't listen to these people, Avi. If you want to listen to these people, I'll make you a moderator.
No. I'm not. If I had the moderator, then I would have kicked him.
I don't want to listen to these liars. They just lie. It's terrible what they say.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I don't know why I have to lie to people. It's terrible.
Alpha, you there?
Look, bro, I'll make you a mod and you can listen to these people, but I don't want to listen to these people. They're just
No, I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to listen to him.
It's beyond the pale. It's terrible. See, either you take the mod and you talk to him, or I'm just going to end the room.
Look, just end the room. It's okay, fine. I've added you. Add me back, okay, brother?
All right, let me add you back. That's a terrible
Where
thing
from,
to do, to lie like that. Huh?
Where from, by the way? South Sudan?
I'm from South Sudan, but raised in Australia.
Western Australia. Okay, so you're Christian.
Brisbane, Queensland. That's why I'm Christian.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure.
I
just hope that we get rid of jihadism in this planet,
bro, I fought against jihadism. There's a reason South Sudan exists, because we won.
Yeah.
We won.
So there is no national religion or something in South Sudan?
So the religion is Christian, about 80%.
Okay.
The rest of the 19% is animist. And then like 4.1% is Muslim, because we deported them all to the north because we don't want any Muslims in our country. It's a terrible religion to have in any country.
Sure. Exactly. You guys saved yourselves. Yeah.
You don't want that, because they'll start having babies. A Muslim woman has like fucking 20 kids, so you don't want to
you're making 1.5 babies and they're making 5 babies. They're just gonna overpopulate you.
Yeah, they have like 20 kids. We have like 12 million in our country. And if we kept Muslim men and Muslim women in our country, we're going to have like 20 million babies in like 10 fucking years or 20 fucking years. Because all they do is breed and they call their kids Muhammad or Yahya, a terrorist name. So we don't want any of that. And that's the reason why we deported them to the north. Now they have a civil war, but that's none of our problem, you know? So when they say pray for Sudan, it's none of our business. It's just Muslims killing Muslims again. It's not our problem, you know?
Since you're from the African continent, I just want to shortly, I want to let you go, but there's a last question. I'm just curious, just because you're an African, so I want to ask you.
You can ask me a question. There's somebody called A that wants to come. Do you want to bring him up?
Okay.
Maybe it could be one of your people.
Okay, so what do you think about Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger doing the coup? Is that good or bad?
Did you say Niger?
Oh, Niger.
I want to break up every single of those countries. I want to break up Somalia. I want to break up Western Sahara. I want to break up all those countries. I don't want any Islamic majority Muslim countries in my country.
Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger did a coup against their leaders who were Western affiliated, and then they raised the flags of Russia, and there's a revolution going on these three nations. So what do you think about that? That's my question.
I think they're all doing terrible. I think they're all corrupt, and I think they're just stealing money. That's all they're doing. They're all terrible countries. I've been to all three countries. They're just terrible countries. You can't do business with them. Every single minister's corrupt. Every single person's corrupt, and they just waited to make enough money to leave, to retire in like the Bahamas, the United States, the European Union, or somewhere else. I don't believe in those pro-African stuff. It's all a lie. It's all a joke.
Ibrahim Traore,
he's a joke. No, Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's just
okay. Everybody's just saying he's the new African hero from whatever.
No, Ibrahim Traore is a joke. He's probably gonna die in the next 2 years. Someone's gonna shoot him or kill him. He's a joke. He walks around like he's a commander. He was never a commander. He was never an officer. He's a retard that happened to get into power because he orchestrated some coup, you know. But Traore is not a commander in Africa. No. He's probably going to die in the next 2-3 years. So he's not going to last very, very long. He has no legitimacy. He's not building anything. He was saying, yeah we're building like, what did he say that they're building? You know, tomato puree? He was like,
yeah, the name, yeah.
He was saying that they're building tomato puree. I'm like, you don't need tomato puree. You can get that from anywhere in the whole world. Italy, whatever, you know. So terrible. It's happening, yeah.
He doesn't want to make any business with the West, so he's a Russian supporter.
I don't care about Russia. Russia is going to bend the knee soon because Russia it doesn't have the will to fight for too long. So these people that hate Russia and what's going on, I think Russia is going to suffer very, very soon. And I just think people like Ibrahim Traore are a joke. They're like Makandu and stuff, you know, Sokote, all those leaders in Africa beforehand that, you know all of them. I don't need to repeat them to you. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
These people are terrible.
But there are some people saying, like, I don't know if it's a false narrative that he's the most, you know, handsome, brave man from Burkina Faso or something. And I'm like, oh, really? Let me talk to an African.
Bro, Burkina Faso, did you know had a dictatorship for the last 40 years? Before that?
What?
Yeah, before Traore, they had a dictatorship for the last 40 years.
Repeat it again. I didn't get your accent.
Burkina Faso is a terrorist country.
Terrorist country?
Yeah, Thomas Sankara is the first president of Burkina Faso.
Okay.
And he lasted until his best friend killed him until 2014. Burkina Faso has always been, how do I call it? A military dictatorship. It's nothing new. You know?
But he's anti-jihadist. He says like he Muslim or Christian doesn't matter. He just wants to. It's his.
Yeah, but the thing is that every single week the Muslims take more territory from him. He's not winning the war.
He's claiming to be secular.
Yeah, but the problem is he's not winning the war. Are you looking at the map in Burkina Faso? Who's actually winning the war against the Sahel regions? He's not winning. He's losing.
Okay.
He's losing against terrorism. And if he doesn't give up his seat, Burkina Faso is going to become a full-fledged jihadist state. That's what's going to happen. I hope you know that, right?
Yeah.
Social media is not real life. If he doesn't give it up,
social media says that he's like really secular and he's against jihadism and terrorism and all that. But social media says
they said the same thing about Khomeini. You know, you don't believe social media. You have to go.
Yeah.
They said the same thing about Ayatollah Khomeini. Like, yeah, he's secular. They're gonna call it the Islamic Republic of Iran. It's gonna be democratic. Blah blah blah. Yeah, that didn't happen. You know. Don't believe everything you see in social media. It's all a fucking.
Yeah. That's why I just verify from different sources.
Ibrahim Traore is going to destroy Burkina Faso because he's illiterate, he's uneducated, he can't even speak French properly, he can't even speak Fakasi properly, and he wasn't educated properly. He wasn't even a
Thomas Sankara. Okay, he's also a good figure.
Yeah, Thomas Sankara was there, but he was a socialist. His best friend killed him before he got there.
Okay. Socialist.
Yeah, he's a socialist. Where are you from originally, so I can compare to your country, so you understand what I'm saying?
I'm from India.
All right, it's like Nehru betraying you to the Muslims. Now you have 200 million Muslims in your country. It's like that.
Yeah, our country has been facing this for the past 1,000 years. The Mughals, they came here, butchered our people, raped our women, destroyed our temples, forcefully converted them. Ask me about it. 1,000 years of brutality.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what exactly he's gonna do. Because he's losing the Sahel, and he's losing areas next to Mali, and he's losing the north part of Nigeria, and he's losing the north part of the Gambia, and he's losing Senegal, because Senegal is a majority Muslim country. He's losing everywhere. He just has a good social media campaign. There's nothing badass about him. He's a weak and a pathetic loser, and eventually he's going to lose, and you're going to see it maybe in 2 months, 3 months, maybe Christmas, but you'll see it. The jihadis are going to take over that part of the world. You'll see what happens. It's going to be like ISIS all over.
I think I heard that there is a famine going around, in Sudan. Is it in North Sudan? I'm not sure. Just asking.
It's in North Sudan, so I don't really give a fuck. It's none of my business.
As expected.
Yeah.
They always want handouts, isn't it?
That's a North Sudanese problem. That has nothing to do with me. I'm South Sudanese. When my people were dying and they were blowing up our churches and they were doing suicide bombing in our buses and all the bullshit they were doing, I don't really care how many people die in North Sudan. I mean, it sounds harsh, but yeah, there's a family in North Sudan, a problem. The youth go there instead of worrying about Gaza every single day. Gaza. And all these terrorist organizations that work with Gaza, Humanitarian Foundation, other ones. It's not my problem, bro.
Yeah, it shouldn't be. We also had, I am from the same place, India. And we had a chance in 1947 to, for total population transfer. They asked for a separate nation. We gave them two, Bangladesh and Pakistan. But the founding fathers of India, to be frank, were stupid enough not to ask for total population transfer, and a lot of them stayed back.
Nehru and Gandhi screwed you guys. What they did to you guys is unforgivable. It's terrible. They gave you borders. One was Bangladesh, a terrorist state, another border, and one was Pakistan, another terrible state.
And the greatest mistake that we did while our freedom struggle from the British in the freedom struggle is we created a jihadi state for the jihadists, and then we created a secular state for the Hindus, and it was like, what the fuck, dude? Just make India a Hindu country.
Exactly.
It would have been nice.
Why didn't you do that?
But the political party, he's the greatest bastard of all time. His name is Jawaharlal Nehru. He destroyed everything in our country.
They gave you the Congress party, which is the worst party ever in the history.
Worst party ever. Now BJP is fighting the bulls. Now BJP is doing the good. And BJP is, by the way, the largest political party in the entire planet. It's doing some good and it's also doing some bad. But,
but what do you say? Look what hand they gave him. They gave him the Joker. They didn't give him a king or a 10 or a 9 or an 8 or a 7. They gave the BJP a Joker. You started off from nothing, so it's gonna take some time, maybe 20 years,
Who are you talking about?
Maybe. Like the BJP. Look what the BJP have to reverse all this terrorism. Look what
Yeah.
happened in Kashmir. Like Kashmir is India.
And then we retaliated, and then we, destroyed the terrorist areas in Pakistan. And we're doing, but that's not enough.
Bro, your people screwed you over, bro. I feel for you. That's why
Yeah.
COVID happened in Australia. I said, we have to bring in the Indian people because Indian people in Australia are hardworking. They're very good people. I don't want any more Muslims, Pakistanis,
speaking about
terrorists. I want the Indians to come back to Australia, because they can't.
Speaking about Australia, I really like Avi Yemeni. He has my same name, yeah? You heard about him? Avi Yemeni?
He's the best. He's the best. He's one of the best. He's in Melbourne.
He's one of the best, right? Oh my God, he's such a great guy.
No, he's a great dude. Avi Yemeni is one of the best.
One of the best. He really goes to the pro-Hamas rallies and he trolls the shit out of them, That's the best part.
I go to the pro-Israeli rallies. So right now we have one in Sydney. And my friend is going to go to it on Sunday. They're going to cancel it. And we don't want these people in Australia. You have so many Arab Muslims that they came from Syria as refugees. And after they came here, they have like anti-Semitism. They hate the Hindus. They hate everybody. They hate Christians. They hate Jewish people. They hate everybody. It's a terrible thing what their religion teaches them. I didn't even know what they teaches them, And we're going to make sure nothing happens to our Jewish community in Australia, that the best we love them, and the Hindu community too. But the Muslim community, they're trying to show force and build a mosque in Western Sydney and going to go to the Sydney Bridge. And I'm like, the problem is like, you see those pictures out of like Gaza, as they call it. And the problem with Gaza is like 40% of Palestinians marry their first cousins. So they become inbred. So you see these kids that are malnourished. And they're not malnourished because they're sick or something else like that. And you look beside them, their mother is fat, obese, and just disgusting.
And it is the same thing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy. Go ahead.
I just want to say, you look at their mother beside them, their mother's obese. She's ugly. She's disgusting. She looks inbred. She has like those double eye chains, those double noses and everything. It's just a disgusting thing to look at. And they want to bring their all traditional pose to every single country. France right now, the reason why France wants to recognize it because they have a 10% Muslim population and they need it for the electoral votes, especially in Paris. They need it in London too. 5 of the 12 cabinet members of the UK Islamic Party, they need the Muslim vote. So they can't go against it. That's why they want to do it. Same thing as in Canada. The reason Mark Carney won, because 40% of the Canadian people didn't even bother to vote in the federal election. It's a terrible thing that happened. But no, we don't want these Muslims in any country. What they do, they come here, they marry themselves, they don't work, the women don't work, and they're just inbred. It's a disgusting thing that happens. And nobody's willing to call it out because they're going to get killed. Like that guy in Norway, remember him? Salwa Mamarka. Remember? He used to burn the Quran.
Yeah.
And they murdered him. These people are savages, the animals. I don't care if they come and kill me. I'm not even worried about these Muslims at all whatsoever. Fuck them.
The same problem is there in Europe. I mean, in Britain too. That consanguineous marriage, the marriage between cousins among specialists, and they won't even stop with 1 or 2 child, even if they are told that the babies that they would be having would be mentally challenged and retarded, or like physically also retarded. They actually use it as a tool to gain more, to get more social welfare. And these people are also provided, I don't remember, it's some mobility vehicle. Yeah, mobility vehicle. That is, the state pays for the hospital visits and
social
something like that.
housing. And I have to go to work every single fucking day to subsidize these people. It's ridiculous. Why should I go to work every single?
There's this one video that I was watching that day in front of the cathedral. Okay, in front of the cathedral, these people are doing namaz. In front of the cathedral, they are doing the Muslim prayer. And I'm like, why do you need to do in front of the cathedral? It's in Melbourne, I think. Did you follow that?
Yeah, I saw that. It's a show dominance because in their own
like
country,
we are here to take over. Yeah.
It's a show dominance. They're retarded.
And the cathedral responded by ringing the church bells, loud church bells. They retaliated. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Imagine Christians going to Mecca and praying, praise the Lord in front of Mecca. Imagine that. Has that happened? Will it happen?
No, the only reason it happened if the Pope said, yeah, we need to do another crusade. I mean, it took the people in Spain and Portugal 800 years to get their country back. Sometimes it takes a long time, but these Muslims are just retarded. All they do, they just come here and they just have many kids. They breed, they live on social welfare, and then they go and pray. Like on a Thursday in 4 p.m., I'm in my office working. I'm not in the fucking street because I'm not unemployed or doing some bullshit. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous what they're doing. And that's what they're trying to do to every country. Like in France, they threatened them. That's what the France president said. He's going to recognize a Palestinian state. It's ridiculous. Why would you reward terrorism? And even here, all the Muslim chicks, they're the biggest hoes. If you go to university in Australia, all the Muslim chicks, they...
My favorite is the people that always put it on their belt, and then they have it clamped there, and they just have it on the side. And I look at them and going, I wonder how many times that thing has been knocked off and bumped into, just ripped from your pants and just fall to the floor. And this is why you're paying like whatever price it is for one of these cases, when you could have just removed the case and it would have slid easily into your pocket.
Yes. What do you guys think of the feature, the polling feature?
We've only been asking it for 3 years.
I think it's interesting that Chatter was able to deliver it on day one, and it took Clubhouse like 5 years to make. It's crazy. I noticed that Kristen, Serendipity, and Brad have not answered the poll. Norman's not answered the poll either.
I can't make up my mind between two.
No. All four are pretty.
I think they should roll out the video streaming next, like Chatter has.
Ooh, I'm not a big fan of the video. I think audio is diminished when you turn on the video. And if you on Chatter when they were rolling it out, I think Dawn Fields uses it in a good way, like when she's doing the movie trailer stuff. That works, but outside of that, like you get people like Dr. Catherine that'll just make duck lips at the camera and drink wine and play with her hair, and it's just and then just do these random white girl dance moves. I've been in rooms when they were like, "Hey, everybody, turn the camera on." There's 300 people in the room, and like 5 people will turn it on, and it's the same 5 people. It's the ones that. It's basically the older women that have Botox. It's very interesting.
I tried it once I think it was with you, Roger, right? Like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I'm ugly. I mean, you don't need a live feed. If you really want to know, just...
You're not that ugly.
Oh, yeah. And so, like, no one needs to see that. And plus, what I find fascinating is the people that turn it on, I mean, mean, I'm for it at times because I'm going to be like, hey, some of you guys who, like, some of the guys out there going, I'm 6'8" and I can bench 500 pounds. I'm just going to kind of say, I've been calling Cap for a while. It'd be interesting to see if you really did look that way.
You know, I think the problem of why video wouldn't work for me is that, you know, when I changed my PTR to Mojo X, to Black Mojo, if I did that, like, on camera, people would say it's racist to go in blackface. So I think I'm safer this way. The voting's tight, man. Voting is tight. So far, the debt and Islamic extremism.
Those were the two I had a hard time making my mind up about, but I decided to go with the more imminent threat.
That would allow Islamic extremists because guess what? You have a breakdown of economic factors, and so you'll influx all of that, and people will gravitate to whatever they think will get them by.
Yeah, people are kind of power hungry, aren't they? They'll join places, they'll join groups if they feel like there's more power behind it.
Daniel says communism. He changed his vote. What happened? Hold on, let me look. No, he didn't change his vote. So we now have 45% say Islamic extremism, 45% say the debt, and 12% say communism. So far, 0 people have said that white supremacy is the biggest threat. So it's fascinating.
I was just debating between the debt and white supremacy, and I'm like, I'm not even sure white supremacy is a thing anymore, especially when we have white folks crying about blue jeans, the Sydney Sweeney ad. So, yeah, I don't even know if that's an issue.
Can you explain that to me? Because I remember Beyonce, right? Yeah, Beyonce coming out on a jeans ad saying she had great jeans, right? I mean, didn't she do that? Like, she was laying down, she had a jean jacket on, like, bedazzled fucking jeans. Sorry, I'm old. My kids had a bedazzler. But, I mean, you know, I recall that.
Oh, so you're saying, so you think that the ad was a nod to Beyonce or like a diss?
No, I just think it was a fucking ad, and it put a hot girl in jeans again. I mean, do you want Hunter Shackelford in jeans, or do you want Sydney Sweeney?
Oh my God.
Yeah, nobody made a big deal about Beyonce's jean ad, but Sydney Sweeney, who I happen to think is smoking hot, and Mojo, if you don't mind, I interviewed her. If you don't mind if I post a link to my Sydney Sweeney interview in the chat, because I'm actually quite proud of that. They're just jealous, Brad. It's just jealousy. She's smoking hot. She's, if I can say, got great tits. Whether they're real or fake, they seem real to me. And folks are just tripped out. We have a hot, young, blonde woman promoting blue jeans and, a pun on jeans. And you have tripped out, colorful-haired, fringe progressives angry over no reason. I'm glad the jeans sold out in response to this lunacy on social.
Why, someone wrote like a widely circulated article about eugenics. It's like fucking ridiculous. America's become really, I don't like eugenics, but America's become very, very anti-intellectual. We should be.
Yeah, we're in the middle of an anti-intellectual swing. You would actually, Austin, you would really enjoy this book written by a dude named Hofstadter. He's a professor at Yale in the 50s, and the book is called American Anti-Intellectualism. And what it does is it tracks the tendency in our country from the start to swing. Hey, Brett.
Yeah.
Brett, did you move yourself? You click out or what?
No.
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought you moved yourself.
You went down.
Anyway.
I had to invite you.
Anyway, it's called Intellectualism, and the whole point of the book is to point out that the anti-intellectual tendency in America is one that goes on a pendulum. Sometimes we are hyper-intellectual in the trend of, say, a Madison or a Hamilton,
and other times we are utterly unintellectual, as in a Washington. I don't know.
I think
I don't know if you knew that, but Washington never had any formal schooling. He was a surveyor by trade.
Beyond temporally, I think geographically, it's even more of a phenomenon. I think these days it's a huge thing. But I want to talk about my genetics. That does not mean I'm into eugenics, but yeah, there was a widely circulated article about that. I mean, it's like we live in such a sensationalist, populist, bullshit world. Like, I'd like to be able to talk about genetics without people being like, eugenics, blue jeans and eugenics.
Just for everybody that is unaware, there is a poll feature. Some of you might not be able to see it because you might have to update your app. If you can see it, up above there is a poll. We're asking the question, what is the biggest threat to America? The choices are Islamic extremism, communism, the debt, or white supremacy. If you want to vote, you need to make sure you have the latest updated version, and then you can have your vote counted.
I don't, but it's the white supremacists and the Islamic terrorists. Yeah, they're both pretty bad.
I would say 3 of the 4 are legitimate threats, and 1 of the 4 is no threat at all. But I'll let you guys decide what you.
Hey, Roger, you ought to take a look in the chat at what Keegan says about the, quote, Jewish influence in America. Apparently, we're controlled by the Jews.
Oh, amazing. Why doesn't he come up here?
Like being an anti-Semite.
Why doesn't he come up here and tell us about this? That'd be amazing.
Because he knows Brad's going to rip him to shreds.
Let's hear about it.
It's interesting. The campus protest worked because people, like, anonymized themselves by wrapping themselves in keffiyehs.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, wrapping themselves in what? Sorry?
And I don't mean to say, worked in a good way. I'm saying the science behind it. Like, very few people are proud of being anti-Semites, and they just put on keffiyehs and became like raging redneck anti-Semites.
Yeah, that's the thing. Mark Rubio was just talking about this. Hi, everyone. And he was saying that it doesn't make sense to protest against a government that you're not a citizen of, because they're finding that there are protesters who are on student visas. I thought that was a good point. I mean, I would not go to Japan and protest their laws because I would consider myself a guest and not a citizen, right?
Yeah,
But I don't understand that. Sorry?
When I was studying in Republic of Ireland, very conscientious about that.
Right, sorry.
Isn't that unlawful for a student on a student visa to be protesting anything?
Well, this is the problem, which is that if you're not a citizen, and by all means, there are people who study and become one, but if you're not voting, then it doesn't make sense to protest. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think people should just have self-control. Like, if you're a visiting student, you should have dialogue and whatnot. But like wrapping a bunch of like multi-millionaire trust fund babies in keffiyehs and convincing them to be raging anti-Semites based on a bunch of sensationalist photojournalism is not like the spirit of the law. I think students visiting on student visas should be able to speak collegially and politely and list their views, and you can often tell they aren't American based on their accent, yada, yada, yada.
Right, but the thing is like, for me, it's not about what necessarily they're protesting. It's the fact that you shouldn't protest in a country that you can't vote in, if that makes sense.
That doesn't. Yeah, they should be allowed to dialogue and be like, oh, in my country we do this. But yeah, they should not, especially, they should never be violent protesting. Yeah, that's something they should extremely
well,
not
that
do.
would prevent them from, anything on their record would also prevent them from maybe being renewed.
right? Their visas or their citizenship being approved or anything like that.
No, they would be deported if a student acted in a violent protest, or even if you break a law. You're not you can, depending on the administration and depending on the court. Like if you get a traffic ticket, they're probably not going to deport you. And more than likely, now if you were doing 100 in a school zone and trying to evade police, they're going to deport you. So it depends on the cases. But if you're at a violent protest and you're speaking out against America, for instance, and you're a student and you're on here on a visa, you get a list of things that you are not allowed to do and how you're supposed to act, and you get a whole book of that saying these are the rules you must follow and abide by while you're here as a guest in this country.
Right. I mean, there needs to be some basic respect and boundaries, right? Like, I wouldn't dream of going to a country where I'm there temporarily and then protest because I don't vote, right?
Well, hold on, Sabina. Speaking of not voting, you haven't voted in our poll either.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there a poll on here?
At the top of the page, if you don't see the poll, you don't have the latest version of this app. So I just wanted to let everyone know that there is a poll posted to the top of the room. We currently have 4 choices to what is the biggest threat to America. And we've got some contenders on here. So if you haven't downloaded the new app, make sure you download it so you can take advantage of this new polling feature. It's very
interested in the poll, but I want to. Is it a poll where you could select more than one thing? I mean,
no, but I hate polls like that. I hate polls where you can select more.
Yeah, I like those though.
I know, but they don't make sense.
Sabina, nice to meet you. You have a really cool name. You have the same name as one of my favorite, like, alt-rock, jazzy, multilingual singers.
Oh, thank you. She's, I got it from a Keira Knightley movie where she was a psychiatric patient for Freud. But yeah, it's a nice name. Thank you. But before I was Samia, but what I was going to say was, yeah, Mark Rubio spoke about this because it's just unheard of that you come to a country and you protest, you know? Sorry,
it's not unheard of because you have protests going on in Europe right now, all over. You have Ireland, you have England, you have Sweden. You had a group of Americans go to Egypt and thought they could protest for Palestinians or Gaza, whatever you want to label them. And they thought they could violate the laws. You have protests going all over the world with immigrants.
And it's interesting, people in the Northeast, like, why don't they protest at the United Nations? Like, that's like an international diplomatic zone. Like, they could be there and protest. Not that I encourage, like, tons of protesters to be there, but it's good designed architecture. They have the gun tied in a knot sculpture, which is pretty neat looking.
I don't know. I just assumed that if you are a citizen, then you have the full rights. But some of the people, maybe they don't ever want to be American. Maybe that's why. But yeah, I just would assume that a citizen would be the person that protests because they vote and so on. I mean, if they wait a while, they probably could become citizenships, you know, because America needs, you know, good students and so on. So I wish they just waited, but then it becomes like almost like a stain on them.
Well, so you're allowed to protest. You're just not allowed to protest outside the conditions of your visa. So that means, like, you can't support a terrorist group. So if you are, say, on the Palestinian side of the argument, it would mean you could say, yay, Palestine, we want these people to be safe. What you couldn't do would be, yay, Hamas, we need to keep these people safe. Saying yay, Hamas is almost always a violation of one's visa, which you then end up getting into, like, First Amendment jurisprudence, which I won't go down that rabbit hole because I can't sketch it out entirely.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Marshall, but it doesn't matter what they're protesting. I'm saying it's a bit odd to protest when you're not a citizen of a country. Like, I wouldn't go to Japan and protest.
Yeah, I feel like it's a conscientiousness thing. Yeah, I feel like it's just like people should just have like a tact. Like, if you're on a student visa, like, you should collegially express your views. Maybe you could treat your protester friends to coffee afterward.
Hey, can we bring up the twat of Hawaii? I can do this. I'm a mod again. Hold on. I'm feeling frisky today. Where is this guy? Young. Yeah, come on up here, Young. Oh, what the fuck, dude? Like, explain it. Kill all the Jews and send all black people back to Africa. I gotta hear this fucking weird ass fucking nationalistic fucking bullshit that you're gonna try to spin. So please tell me.
Well, hold on. Before you do. I just want, while he's talking, everybody to go ahead and report the comment that he has in the chat so we can get him kicked off the app. Go.
That's what you came up to say, is to give us an emoji and some fucking weird bullshit comment because you're a cuck and you can't actually do anything.
So you're telling me you're not a nationalist? You don't love America?
Oh, I love America.
Well, it doesn't sound like it. You don't sound like a nationalist.
I believe my nation should be number one. I believe all the people in this land, regardless of what race, skin, culture,
how are you going to do that?
sex,
how are you going to turn your nation into a number one nation?
Well, considering that I was the one who wore a uniform and fought, I seem to have accomplished that.
Yeah, you fought for the Jews, for the Jewish cause. Good.
Jewish cause? Really? I'm sorry. Which Jewish cause was I fighting for?
Which
Jewish cause? Come on. Which overwhelming? Please tell me which Jewish leader. I'm assuming you're talking about Israel. So which Israel prime minister was
Where
that?
did you serve?
Where
did you serve?
Israeli? Listen to me, cuckboy. Listen, I'm willing to have this because I really want. I really want you to piss me off.
Nigger.
But.
Nigger. I want to know. I want to know where the fuck you served.
Come stain. I mean, what do we got here? Your mother was a lot lizard who squirted you out on a prom night dumpster. Like, what do you want? Fuck, I could go that all day long.
By the way, Paula, I was looking at your profile and accidentally hit the wrong button. I apologize. That was me.
I know, no problem. Don't worry about it.
Anyways, look, it's funny. The nationalists are a weird bunch. They claim to love America, but they don't love the things that made America great. They're literally anti-capitalists. And if the guy didn't have such a foul mouth, we could have had some fun with it. But I'm not going to just let somebody with Tourette's sit up here and shout stupid shit like that. So
the issue with them is that they're not American. They're not nationalists. Like, you can be like Paula. Paula, you're Italian, right? She's a nationalist. She loves her country. She wants her country to succeed. Be a nationalist. Happy for her. Yeah, go, girl. You do it. You Italians rock it out. Spaghetti and meatballs, lasagna, all the fucking way. Have fun. Take that. Leaning Tower of Pisa. Go ahead. Have it. You rock that shit. You own that shit. Have it. Your country looks like a boot. It's fucking cool. You've got it. But that's not nationalism, Roger. That's that fucking WASP behavior, that white Anglo-Saxon Protestant bullshit, that these kids do.
Trust me, we have a lot of people like that in Italy as well. I mean, unfortunately,
I understand they do, but
it's
they're
a
not,
disease that we have everywhere in the world. This absolute.
But they're not nationalists because they don't want their country to succeed.
Not. No,
they
right.
want their country to fail because, quite literally, if you kick these guys, aren't the ones that are drivers in the economy. They're not building massive infrastructure projects. They're not running for offices. They aren't governing in a particular way that is far more efficient, more accountable. They're not appropriating funds. They're not reducing taxes. They're not building homes, highways, hospitals. They're not doctors and surgeons. These idiots sit there and are fry cooks and live off of EBT. So please tell me where these so-called nationalists, they're not nationalists. Like, you can be a nationalist. It should be a proud thing. Yeah, you're damn right I'm a nationalist. I want America. I love my country. I have literally put my ass on the line more times than I can count for my country. And I'll do it till the day I die. That's great. But I love all the people in this country. And if somebody outside this country harms one fucking hair on their head, I would personally come and take them out. I would literally drink bourbon from their skull as I stood on top of the pile I left for touching one American's hair. That's the difference. That's not these guys aren't nationalists. They're just retarded fucking inbred swine that came out of the back hills of Kentucky.
What did Kentucky ever do to you?
It's a big ass fucking state with two last names. That's what it did. They need to have diversification.
What do you guys think of the poll feature so far? You guys like it?
Yeah, I do, actually.
You know, if this was season 1 of Clubhouse, there's no way the poll would be holding up the way it is. We would definitely see a different choice that would be number 1.
I have the suggestion: change the communism to socialism, because many people think socialism isn't communism. So
no, communism is the middle state before you get to the end state of socialism.
All right, thank you, Marshall.
I had good teachers in college. They showed me learn stuff.
I would say the problem isn't just communism. I think I broadened it to just be against anybody that's anti-capitalism. Like you could have whatever economic theory that you have, but if it's not superior to free market capitalism, then what the fuck is the point? Now, some are more dangerous than others, but we've now got these damn Republicans running around, bragging about being anti-capitalist. We heard in a room yesterday people being, all for, putting their hand on the scale of the market, and calling for economic intervention. And, the anti-capitalists come in many forms.
Wait, did that guy come back with his friends yesterday?
No. That guy did not come back. Did not. Welcome, CEO. Welcome, Gildas. Welcome, El Normo. We have the poll feature up. If anybody wants to jump in, there's a couple things going on. If you want to submit an idea to save America, that would be great. And if you would like to vote in the poll, please do. If you can't see the poll that's posted above, it's because you don't have the latest version downloaded onto your phone of Clubhouse. We want to thank Paul and Rohan for this latest update. It only took them 5 years to get a feature that Chatter rolled out in version 1. So amazing.
Where are the 5% that believe that white supremacy is the problem?
Oh, they vote and dip. They don't stick around. Harry, what you want to do is you want to delete the app and then just reinstall it if you don't see an update in your phone. If you don't see the update, then just delete the app, reinstall it.
I've never done deleting the app, but what's going to happen?
If you go to the App Store and then just click update, you'll be kicked out, but you can come right back if you have an iPhone. That's how it works for me, and it worked perfectly.
All right. Okay, so I'll go on to the App Store and...
just type in Clubhouse and then click update, and it'll update, kick you out of the room, and then you can come back in. And
all right, okay, I'll try it. Thanks, Brett.
No problem.
I haven't heard any ideas yet. Ideas to save America.
I'll address the debt. So you can reduce non-Medicare Social Security spending by 5% for 5 consecutive years, increase the corporate tax rate by 5%, and you would get us close to a balanced budget. We'd only be about $300 billion in the hole, so that would go a long way in saving America.
Except you'd have to lock down the borders. You couldn't allow any immigrants in that time frame. You couldn't bring in any immigration because they would be added to a lot of those programs upon entry or upon gaining citizenship, etc.
Yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, CEO. Anything directionally towards an improvement is something that I would support. That being said, that in order to pay off right now $37 trillion, let's just say that interest was waived on the debt somehow. It would still, you'd have to have $1 trillion surplus for 37 years, or $500 billion surplus for 74 years. We're not paying off this debt unless we do something dramatic, and so maybe we should start talking about ending Medicare and Social Security.
Well, you don't have to pay off the debt. All you got to do is stop it from exploding. So we lose 1.7 to 2.1 trillion a year. If we drop that to losing 300 billion, then number one, you'd be within range to be able to get to a balanced budget. And number two, your GDP growth can handle the slower amount of adding debt.
Why do we accept that we should spend more than we take in, though?
So we shouldn't, but the issue is that, like, we dug a grave for ourselves, right? It's like when you do a corporate turnaround, if your company's losing $100 million a year, then your first goal is to reduce that significantly. You're not just going to get it to zero the next year because you've got too many sunk costs you got to deal with. And in our case, the sunk costs are even more complex and more burdensome than what a company has.
Yeah, I think the problem that we face is that not only do we have 37 trillion in debt, but we still have a $2 trillion annual deficit. The third largest line item in the budget is interest on the debt. So we're not even paying the debt; we're just paying the interest on the debt. And so then the two biggest line items that we could reduce that would help us to reduce the debt are Medicare and Social Security. And nobody's interested except for myself and Hanson, to maybe Gildas, in talking about what we could do to alleviate that.
I mean, if you're going to cut Medicare overall, which you could, I think shifting it to the states for a matriculation program, because we don't have, how do I word this a little better? If you cut Medicare, you cut the pay-fors, like who's going to pay for the medical bills, you're going to end up causing a lot of financial harm. It's like if we just turned it off tomorrow is how I'm expressing this, and maybe I'm not articulating it right. We would cause a financial collapse in the healthcare system itself. That's already under strain in the U.S. because, again, we only have like 9,000 hospital systems that cater to 350 million people. So with that extent going on, if you were to turn that off rapidly, it would massively have an impact. And it would be a loss of care, loss of life, et cetera, go down the list. Could you matriculate people off of Medicare? Yes. And CEO is correct on that. You would have to find, at least I think he was going this way, you would have to find a way to matriculate Medicare down to a level where you could cut it off and the impact wouldn't be dire in terms of the medical community that provides the service and the impact to the people. I'm bloated. It's overpriced. CMS does not do a great job at pricing as people think. And there's a lot of issues in terms of what gets thrown around in overall into the department of the government. If you were going to build the infrastructure and invest more privatization into hospitals, more rural care, you're going to have to roll back the ACA. You're going to have to somehow figure out a way to start to reduce that one as well. And you're going to, which will have an impact on, say, other programs, which would be CHIP, like Child Health Plus. You would have to figure out a way to roll that program back a little bit. And you're going to have to matriculate people up. Now, you can shift these to the states and allow the states to do it by utilizing private and state-funded partnerships in order to provide the healthcare while building those infrastructures up. But you wouldn't be able to just cut Medicare off. That will never happen. And if it did, our political leaders are really fucking dumb. It just, the harm that I see is just, it would be on a scale that I would never like to see. It would, like a Soviet Union type collapse would occur in that field.
Well, we don't have to cut it immediately. We can always give it a period to wind down. Like you said, the drop in matriculation, and maybe it's even faster than that. But we got to decrease the scale. And then also not just the Medicaid, Medicare, everything has to be privatized.
Well, I don't think the privatization is such a good idea, but if the only thing the United States government decides to do with its social programs is privatize them and get rid of the debt, I don't like privatizing, but I do love getting rid of the debt part.
Well, here's another related idea is you could privatize like 33-40% of Social Security in terms of giving people the option to have it invested in the market, and then the government could get some sort of management fee, just like any institution does, for that, right? It could be simple Dow Jones Index Fund or whatever it is, but that would, one, lower some costs. Two, it would actually increase the amount of people are getting out of Social Security. And then number three, it would increase revenue for the government. So that would give a lot of money.
Why wouldn't we just say anyone born in 2026 going forward will not be taxed for Social Security, nor be able to receive benefits at Social Security? And when the last person that dies off that contributed to the system, if there's any funds left, we'll receive whatever is left over on that, and then that's it, and we just end the program. That one, I would just say security and give the money back to the people.
Yeah, so the issue with that is you create a buzzsaw, right? And in 18 years, you end up having less people contributing to Social Security than you normally would, and so therefore there's going to be sets of people who don't get it. So you basically are screwing everybody who is under 46 at the time that you put that plan together. So that's the challenge with that.
Not necessarily. I mean, Social Security is defunct now, right? It's not operating on a positive ratio. It doesn't have a 1-for-1 match. It doesn't have a 2-for-1 match. I think it has a 2-for-1 match on the inverse, right? So it's being withdrawn and monopolized for multiple uses, and the income stream that's coming into it is not being replenished. It's not able to replenish now. So my solution is just let it go, and we'll see the end of this program, and I'll put accountability back on people. I'm sorry if you were expecting when you reached what is the age of retirement? I don't know, fucking 60, 65. For it, I'm going to say, hey, you know what? You don't get this program. You're not going to, you're responsible for your retirement or what you're going to do with your life. I don't get the idea that I have to be dependent on the government to worry about certain things. Now, if you were going to keep SSI or SSDI, which would be disability for people that are truly disabled, not for those that ate 400 pounds of ho-hos and then say want to claim a disability because they're overweight and can't walk from here to there, or they smoke 20 packs of cigarettes in a day, or drink 10 bottles of booze every day, then I would say for those that are truly disabled, yes, the U.S. government can universally apply supporting needs to help cover assistive devices, therapies, et cetera, go down the list, and also be able to help afford a cost of living if these individuals want to live in an independent environment. So yes, I think we as a community can say, yeah, you know what, that person is blind, for instance. I want to be able to ensure that they have a great quality of life. I do not mind contributing collectively to help that individual succeed. I don't want that person left behind because of a disability. We could all agree with that, right?
Yeah, no, there's no philosophical disagreement. It just ends up being the economics of it. How do you take care of the people who are 46 right now? Let's say you're between 18 and 46, and you've been paying into Social Security. If you end up deciding that you're going to have people not pay into it anymore, then whatever issue you're already saying is happening is only going to become much worse. And there's no way to pay those folks who have been paying into the system. So that ends up, now you can do things like raise the age to 70, right? That would help quite a bit. I think there's other things you can do, but the whole, we're going to pick a year and the future Americans don't pay into Social Security, you're going to slaughter most of the country with that.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, what if we looked at the way that that it's funded and the mechanisms that people have? Like, my biggest objection is that it's involuntary. And some will say, well, yeah, it has to be involuntary because we have to get everyone to pay into it. The truth is like we only get people to pay into it. What is it, like 175,000 is the cap or something like that? So not everybody's paying into it. It's 6.25%. Medicare, the way it's taxed, is half of it is taxed to the employer, half of it is taxed to the employee. And if you're self-employed, then you pay the full thing. And your end is 1.45%, unless you are a high income earner. And in that case, then you add 0.9%. I would say maybe that employers and the government can come to a better realization of how this could work. And the idea of offering a 401k to employees is to be able to allow people to to supplement their retirement in a better way. I would say let's get rid of one of those plans and maybe kind of merge the two concepts where you allow people to opt in. And whether you call it a 401k or Social Security, you allow them to opt in, or maybe you make it mandatory where you have to put 1%. Maybe that's fair, and then have the employer match 1%. If the goal is to get 6.25% in there, and for people that are using 401ks, they typically get a employer match of about 4%. What if we just had a retirement plan that was completely optional? Get rid of Social Security completely, and then the option would be mandatory. You put 1% in, and the employer matches 1%. Boom! Then you get something that's going in there, and then you have some control over what you do when the money is in your account. I wouldn't give ultimate control over this, because the idea is to make sure that you're eliminating some of the high risk stuff. If you want to do something higher risk, you could do that in an individual brokerage account. But if you were to open it up, instead of the way Social Security invested in bonds, what we could do is we could invest in allow people to determine that they want to invest, let's say, in the S&P, which on average over any 30-year period, you're going to get about a 10% return rather than the crap that we're returning now. I think that would be a better way to approach this, because you give flexibility to the person to determine how much they want to put in. And I think merging those two concepts to me just makes more sense.
But wouldn't it be dangerous? Because, if you go back to 2007, 2008, when some of us lost a shit ton out of the 401ks that we had, and the 403bs. You were kind of on the crux. You're tying it to the economic status of the United States. Then at that point, you're pinning it there, right?
Hold on. Did anyone drop Sabina?
No, I didn't.
Okay, maybe she swiped out or something weird.
But I got moved down earlier, so maybe the same thing happened to her as what happened to me.
I brought her up. Oh, it's okay. Thank you.
So what would people do with the Ponzi scheme? Do they just cut it off, or they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while? How do they do that? Like last time Madoff, when Madoff was arrested, what did they do with the Ponzi scheme? The people who were in the later stage of the Ponzi scheme, did they let the Ponzi scheme go on for a while, so let them off the hook slowly, or did they cut it off immediately? Nobody's answering any question.
Wait. It's a really poor comparison.
How's it a poor comparison?
Because Social Security represents 350 million people. The Ponzi scheme represents a set of individuals at that specific financial firm in that specific field.
Yeah, so it's just a difference in quantity, right? So aside from the quantity, the essential parts are the same. So the later coming people pay for the early coming people. That's the definition of Ponzi scheme.
When they cut off the Ponzi scheme, nobody got anything. So yes, you're right. It is similar. Like if you're going down that constraint, yes. If that's where you're trying to line the argument, yeah, that it would be the same. But to a broader point, I would let it just run out and end the program.
Yeah. So I mean, the people who later come to the Madoff's Ponzi scheme, they're also suffering. Should we also give them a kind of palliative to slowly run out, and let the later coming still get more latecomers to pay for the penultimate latecomers?
Yeah, so you're so. Oops, I'm sorry. Oh, maybe I used it wrong.
And the number of people shouldn't be a factor, right? So just because you have more people, let's say Madoff included more people, should we also treat the Ponzi scheme differently?
Okay, hey, I'm sorry. Okay, so your solution is let's just cut it off. And so all you folks that have been paying in since you're 18, whether you're 66, 65, 58, whatever you are, good luck to you. You put everything in the system. Thanks for playing.
That wasn't my CEO.
Not you. That's the other guy. Not you, Brad. That's not you. Oh. I'm not addressing you. I'm addressing the other guy.
Yeah, well, so you can say the same thing to the later comer of the Madoff Ponzi scheme, right? You still have to answer that question.
Except for there isn't a public fiduciary responsibility mandated by law. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, I mean, you have a bad law that actually erected the Ponzi scheme. So what's the difference?
All right, the erection of Social Security in 1932, you can take two looks at it. Number one, FDR put it in because he genuinely gave a shit that people at the end of their lives who couldn't work anymore needed to live with dignity. Or, well, three ways. Or you can look at it and say he was just a cynical SOB because the median age of life was 61 and you could only collect when you were 62. Or it's a mix of the two. I tend to think personally it's a mix of it was both good politically and it helped other people. Look, man, my mother and father have paid into Social Security for, 30 or 40 years now. If you just end it with them, they're going to have every right to be mad, and they're going to have every right to demand that the government write them a check.
Well,
if you're going to take them,
clients,
oh my God,
that too. All right.
No, that's not the point. My point is people of my generation will not receive Social Security, but the people currently receiving Social Security, they've been made a promise, and that promise has to be kept. It won't be kept for my generation.
Here's a sample.
Clients.
Hanson,
you could just say the same thing.
Okay, so Hanson, let's make this really easy.
During a chess game, you can think a 2-step ahead.
Okay, Hanson, let's make this really easy. For any idea to be useful, there has to be some percentage that it could be implemented, right? Tell me which presidential candidate, which member of Congress would support this and know that we're going to be voted out of office, if not immediately, their house burned down. So tell me who does it.
People who shut down the Madoff scheme would incur ire from the latecomers. It's the same in principle.
You're so dumb. I can't talk to you.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Come on, guys.
You're more.
You're comparing public policy.
Butthead.
300 million people to
just think
800.
About it. In principle, you can also just apply the same argument to Madoff.
No, you can't, because these people are voted into office.
Yeah, people
were voted into office. The SEC auditors are not. The SEC auditors are not voted into office.
You dumbhead.
Here is a difference. When you are dealing with a financial matter, it's a private matter, right? But people who make the decisions are not voted on. So it's a totally different.
He voted to put the money in his fund. You dumbhead.
You're not listening to me. I'm saying the people who decided to pull the plug on it. The people who decided to pull the plug on it. What you have has a 0% chance of ever happening. So why are you wasting our years with it? It has a 0% chance of that. Hanson, do you think what you're recommending will ever happen in the United States of America? Yes or no?
Maybe. It may happen.
Okay. In what scenario would it happen? Hanson, spell out the scenario it would happen.
All right.
Spell out the scenario when it would happen, Hanson. Spell out the scenario when it would happen. Tell me what politician today would be on board with such a thing, Hanson.
If the people are fed up with it, they will vote for people who will terminate it. You just don't have the imagination.
So this is your fairy tale unicorn scenario. Okay, when we get unicorns, we'll get it. Yep, got it.
I think that, to an extent, Hanson is correct, but maybe there is a bit of idealism in what he's saying. But I would say that, there would have to be some kind of cultural shift for people to even wake up and think soberly about Social Security and Medicare. And until you get politicians who can articulate the problem to the public at the very least, and even that is probably going to require some kind of upheaval in education, then it probably won't happen, and we'll just hit that dead end one day, and then it'll be crisis mode, and everybody will be running around frantically trying to fix it. But if you want to avoid that, then it's probably going to take just 20 years to even get the right kind of politicians who can express it, clearly to the public and make the issue even somewhat palatable. Because, if you've been paying into it all your life, you're going to expect it. And you can't just turn it off like a spigot overnight. That would lead to some kind of crisis.
Yeah, and those people who lost their money would have a legal financial claim that the U.S. government owed them cash.
And they would be correct.
Oh,
because it is a governmental. Because a government has the money. That's the other issue. They have a revenue source. They would have to pay it. Hanson's scenario of you just say good luck to everyone. Thanks for playing. There's no legal world where that could actually play out.
Well, there is some legal world. Okay, that's what the Madoff funds were cheated. And unless you apply the same principle that they have the same, you can apply the same argument.
Okay. We can apply
to the Madoff's clients.
Okay, great.
They also deserve that, right? They also deserve. There's a contract, and then they should be let it off slowly. I mean,
great. Let's apply it, Hanson.
Consistent. You should act.
I'll be consistent.
You can also
I'll be okay. Hanson.
Thing. I mean, every fund should have that mechanism. I'm not saying that we shouldn't let people down a bit slowly. But we should be consistent. We should apply the same principle to all these cases.
So, Hanson, let's be consistent. Are you saying that in the scenario with Bernie Madoff, if he was generating an extra $1 trillion a year, he wouldn't have to pay back everyone in the Ponzi scheme?
What $1 trillion a year?
If Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue,
it's also making some revenue. It's just because it's far short of the payoff.
But
bankrupt.
But that's a disconnect. You want to be consistent. The consistency is this: is that if Bernie Madoff kept generating revenue, he would have to earmark that to the people in the Ponzi scheme. So the federal government, if you're going to cut it off, it would be responsible to reimburse those people because it would have revenue to do so. You can go with any court of law ever.
Assets were confiscated, right, and distributed to however many people they were. He was responsible, right? So it's the same principle should apply.
So you're saying all those people should get their Social Security done? You're in agreement with me?
Well, within the bounds of the asset that can be confiscated.
Well, the U.S. has 40 trillion worth of assets or so. So there's a bunch of things. And then we have other revenue. And then we have revenue coming in annually. We have a couple trillion of revenue coming in.
So let's say the Madoff's kids' asset, they're not seizable, right? So the whatever's seizable, that should be distributed.
Well, yeah, Hinton, but it sounds like you're agreeing with the perspective that oh shit, I forgot.
Yeah, what did I say? I said what should be treated like a Ponzi scheme should be treated just the same to the Social Security, right? You have to wind down, but then the treatment should be the same. What do you find objectionable?
I didn't hear the middle and end part of that. Sorry.
Oh, I said because both are Ponzi scheme, they should be treated the same. Just like how you would treat Madoff's Ponzi scheme, you should treat the same with regard to the Social Security. So, what do you find it objectionable?
Yeah, so the U.S. has assets that can be seized. So you want us to cut off Social Security, and then U.S. assets to be seized, liquidated, and to pay off everybody? Is that what you're proposing?
Well, within the bound that can be seized, just like Madoff's asset can be seized, but not his kids' assets, right? So that within the bound that should be seized and distributed.
Sure. So you've made a case that you shouldn't be able to seize future tax revenue. Okay, so I'm on board with that. But that still leaves all the current assets the government has at the time to be seized and liquidated for this purpose. So we're talking federal buildings, land. I mean, we had to just sell stuff off and pay people. That's what you would go.
Yeah, if within the bound of the seizure, yes.
Why am I going to sell off? Why am I going to sell off U.S. assets when I could just continue to pay out of the fund?
Responsibility, because whoever sets up the Ponzi scheme, and that will be a warning for the future.
You're missing my point, though. Why should I liquidate assets when I can just raise the FICA cap and the retirement age and continue to pay out of the account without liquidating any assets?
Well, can you do that, or do you have to?
Yes,
okay.
Congress
So one
is
thing.
fully capable of raising both the retirement age and the FICA cap.
One thing, though, if you already know that's a Ponzi scheme, let's say the Madoff's Ponzi scheme, and just to do the same analogy, right? So
it's not really a Ponzi scheme. What actually happened was in the 1990s and early. Hold on a second, Hanson. What happened was in the early 2000s and the late 1990s, Congress borrowed out of the trust fund to the tune of about $4 trillion. Both the Republican-controlled Congress and the Democratic Congress borrowed $4 trillion out of the trust fund. Now, trust fund gives the impression that it's some sort of protected financial fund. It's not. It's just a column in the government ledger. At all. The point kind of stands.
And Hanson, I
haven't finished the point.
Well, here's a tied in.
The floor, and then you didn't state what your point is.
Well, here's a tie-in to Marshall. So, Hanson, your proposal would cost about $80 trillion. Would you want this $80 trillion to all be paid out in 1 year, so the U.S. government is doing like a fire sale, or should it be paid out like over a certain amount of time? Like, how would you handle this $80 trillion expense that you just created?
Well, that's a different question, right? You're talking about how we execute it, how we do this, and that's a different question. So long as we agree on the principle, these can be resolved.
I think my point overall was part of the reason there's not, like, the fund isn't solvent isn't because it's a Ponzi scheme. It's because Congress took money out of the fund.
No, it is a Ponzi scheme.
Congress
how are you going to
take
it? Just
Congress
like
both parties
taking the money off of people who contributed. And what's the difference?
I mean, I think the difference is, one, you have to liquidate assets, and the other you don't.
So
I don't understand why you would liquidate assets.
Grabbing the straws. You're just grabbing the straws. I mean, you're saying on the one hand you're saying that it is a Ponzi scheme, and then on the other hand you're asking me what should we what should we grab some line items, and you just like finding excuses.
Well, Hanson, I think Marshall actually shared something interesting with you. You could look at this differently. So it's only a Ponzi scheme because of what Congress did. So what if there were a law that you can't pull any money out of Social Security for any other purpose, and that you have to take, with that $4 trillion or $8 trillion you took out of it, you have to put back into it? Then it's not a Ponzi scheme. Well, what's the issue?
It is still a Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, it's
even if you don't embezzle the fund, it is still a Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme all the same, but it made it even worse when you steal it from the Ponzi scheme.
I mean, technically a Ponzi scheme is you pay out with later contributors' contributions.
Exactly. That's the definition.
That's the definition. And the big problem with Social Security is the population and growth and so on are not as high as they were. And so we have less and less. This Ponzi scheme model works as long as you always have more contributors.
Just like Madoff. So long as there are more latecomers.
So how's it different than an annuity? How's it different than an annuity?
Well, please hear me out, okay? The way that this was designed to work is based on growth in population. And as long as there's always more latecomers, then there will always be more people to pay out with. But this is a less and less valid assumption. We have falling population growth all over the world. And you're saying, how is it different from an annuity? I mean, there's many different kinds of annuities, and some of them are backed with investments and some are not, and there's all kinds of stuff to that. But Social Security is really just investing in the population of the United States, if you want to view it that way. And that's the kind of the fundamental problem, is that's not the kind of investment that it used to be.
So, help me out here. To create a Ponzi scheme like in the private market is illegal?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. You know, I didn't know if it was illegal or not, or if there's a way to do it where it's not illegal if you're in a private market. If you could just change the definition of it.
Well, technically there is. Yeah, technically there is. Never run out of money, right? I mean, because like if Bernie Madoff never ran out of money and people just kept getting paid and everything,
right?
We wouldn't know anything about him today. Yeah, so the answer is to keep it going.
Yeah, well, I can understand that. And I can understand Hanson's, you know, view that it's a Ponzi scheme, you know. And if it's going to become insolvent in 10 or 15 years, well, how do you prepare the American public to recognize that fact?
Well, it only becomes insolvent if we don't cut our annual deficit. If we could cut our annual deficit, then it won't be insolvent in 10 or 20.
Well, we have until 2034 where the system goes from 1-to-1 payee to 1-to-2 payee. And at that point, we're going to run into some serious trouble if we haven't. And like I'm a fan of doing both of these things. And I think you have to. You have to raise the retirement age to 70 some odd, and you have to raise the FICA cap. Otherwise, the fund itself won't be solvent. Congress then needs to pass a law which says that it can't dip into the fund it can't dip into the Social Security fund whenever it wants to, because that's how we got here in the first place.
I agree.
I think the best option is to wind it down, but gradually. So it will gradually pay less and less in your retirement. You'll gradually pay less and less. Future generations will pay less and less for it. Sure, some of us, like me, will pay a lot into it and get nothing or almost nothing. But, you know, future generations will be less burdened, and that's what good policy is about.
Can I just interrupt real quick? This poll is interesting. We're now up to 12% of the respondents saying that white supremacy is the biggest threat to America. 12%. It's amazing.
But where are they? I only see one person down in the audience.
I wonder if this person will come up. His name is Chad. Richard C. Caldwell. Let's invite him up.
And I know there's plenty of people who would be willing to articulate why it's white supremacy. It's just, I don't know if they're just doing a drive-by and coming in and voting and leaving.
I'm going to throw an idea out there. I want you guys to tell me if you think I'm crazy. I would overhaul the entire taxation system. I would get rid of the income tax. I would get rid of the corporate tax. I would get rid of Medicare tax, Social Security tax. What I would replace Medicare and Social Security with is a mandatory spending match by employers. I would give employees the ability to save anywhere between 1 to 15% of their pay, and the employer would then be mandated to spend to match 1 to 15% whatever the employee decides to do. You might think, well, that's crazy, but keep in mind we're also getting rid of the corporate tax. So instead of them spending money on this ridiculous tax, they would be investing in the employee's future. It would also give the employee the ability to pass down what they make to their heirs. I would give the employee the option to have a low risk, medium risk, or high risk plan. Right now, the government guarantees Social Security. I would institute where the low risk plan, they map it to T-bills. The medium risk, you could split it 50-50 between T-bills and the S&P, and the higher risk tier, you could map it 100% to then in order to offset what you lose through the income tax and these other taxations, you would then institute a federal sales tax at 20%. I've ran the math, and basically we would eliminate Medicare We would eliminate Social Security completely as line items in the budget. We'd massively reduce the debt annually, and the budget would remain somewhere about $3.4 trillion per year.
So you're 80% of the way there. The two issues is, what do you do with Uber drivers, and what do you do with small businesses who can't afford to do that?
What do you mean they couldn't afford to do that?
They couldn't afford the match, right? So like you mentioned some match, and if you're a small business that does, I don't know, $3 million a year, you aren't currently obligated to provide health care, for instance, or things you're not. So what about the mandate you're giving them? You're increasing their expenses significantly.
I don't know if you are, if you aren't, because you're also reducing the taxes and fees that they would otherwise be paying down to zero. A lot of companies offer some sort of benefit, anyways, where they're doing a 401k match. So you get rid of the concept of a 401k and you're kind of blending it into this. And so instead of the traditional cap of matching at 4%, you're eliminating all of their other taxes and fees. And if the employee chooses to go above 4%, up to a maximum of 15%, then the employer would match it. I would love to see a business model in which they wouldn't be able to afford.
What do you do with the Uber drivers and the shared whatchamacallit economy, the shared economy?
Yeah, I think if you're in the gig economy and you're a 1099, we'd have to figure out a carve out for that for 1099s. I put this together in the last 20 minutes, so I'll have to think about 1099s and how they would be.
Roger, I agree with all you said, but I'm surprised that you want the employer to take on the burden of for the retirement plan for the employee. Why not just let the employee do their own things, and just let the employers concentrate on making money?
I think what we're accommodating here, I'm not saying it's a perfect plan. I'm proposing this as a thought experiment because it would offset the money that corporations are already paying in taxes and invest in their employees. Now, I can understand all of your criticism, and I would probably agree with it. I'm just offering this up as a thought experiment. It's definitely an improvement over the current system in my mind, because it makes everything becomes more voluntary with the exception of the mandate of the employee match, which, by the way, most companies choose to do an employee match anyways, and the companies are already mandated to pay 1.45% for their employees for Medicare. We're eliminating that. I think when you add it all up and you compare them side by side, you would see where I'm going with it. But I can understand your fundamental philosophical pushback on it, that why would the government put any of the burden on the corporation? I'm with you on that. I'm throwing this out as a thought experiment.
Yeah, I mean, the corporation wins because they're not paying a 21 corporate tax.
I wanted to say, I guess one question I have for you, Roger, is what's the transition plan like? Let's say in the steady state, this is going to work great. But in between, what do we do? And then the other thing I wanted to say is, like, to Hanson's question, I think the reason you want to mandate contributions like that is simply to ensure that people have pensions, because people may make bad decisions. And in some cases, Big Daddy government does know better. And one of those cases seems to be forcing young people to save for retirement. Otherwise, there'll be a burden on the public later. But that's a policy reason. That's not such a principled reason. It's a pragmatic reason. But to my question.
So the drawdown, and again, just a thought experiment, totally open for pushback on this. Year 1 through 5, the new workers enter the system. Social Security and Medicare still pay full benefits to existing recipients. Government borrowing likely increases temporarily. Years 6 through 15, entitlement spending levels off, then gradually declines. More workers in the system equals fewer new obligations. Years 16 to 30, as current retirees pass, entitlement spending drops sharply. Budget pressure eases dramatically. National debt levels off, maybe even shrinks. What do you think?
Yeah, I think, okay, I see. So like the idea is to do it by cohort. Is new people enter the new system, old people are still in the old system, but new people don't go into the old system. It's not
correct. Correct. We have a legacy system that will slowly transition out through death.
Awesome. And if I wanted to buy into the new system, I'm like, hey, I'm done with Social Security. You know, I don't believe in it anymore. Maybe you still need me to pay into it, otherwise that would be a problem.
Again, it needs a lot of work. I put 20 minutes of thought into this, but definitely needs some work.
I mean, the one thing to it, Rod, is like at some point this will have to happen because the U.S. population is declining, and so at some point a solution like this will be, the politicians will be forced to think of something like this.
So federal workers are already taking buyouts. I mean, there's 150,000 employees sitting on their asses getting paid till the end of September. If federal workers can take buyouts, Social Security, citizens who have been taxed and paid into Social Security and are expecting benefits or already receiving benefits, they should be offered a buyout. And we wind down the entire agency, terminate every employee, and get rid of it. It's a Ponzi scheme, and it's unsustainable.
You know, a Social Security buyout actually is an interesting idea. That is interesting.
Yeah, I would take very little money to just like not have to pay the tax anymore.
It's an unfair system. If it was actually protected, and let's say all the money you put in was invested in some S&P 500 vehicle or some type of index, okay, well that makes sense. But it's not. It's just a fucking line item budget. It's a non-existent system. It's all tied into the overall debt system. So it's illegitimate to begin with, and we're lying to ourselves. This is a fraud and a deception.
Well, it's not illegitimate. It was passed by FDR. Wait, hold up. Well, it was passed by FDR, but here's the point that I think a lot of people miss when they think about Social Security. The Supreme Court's already said that this is not a guarantee. If the government at any point in time decides to not pay it, there's no recourse for the American people. Period. This is not a guarantee, and the Supreme Court's already ruled on this.
So the average American contributes $400,000 over her lifetime, which the companies match. So if you offered buyouts of $250,000, I wonder what percentage of the public would take that. I bet you it would be a significant portion.
Yeah, I mean, how much does that 400,000 match by 400,000? So $800,000. How much ends up being paid out at the end of their lives? Like, I guess you could say that's what it grows to. It probably doesn't grow to very much.
Can I run some ignorant ideas that I thought about Social Security when I was younger?
Go for it.
Yeah. When I was younger, I thought you put this money into Social Security, they would put it into a place that they protected and would gain interest. And those of us who didn't make it to the age of where you get it, that money that they didn't make would go into the fund. So I thought it was like an insurance type thing where it was guaranteed as long as they didn't invest it in stuff that lost money. Like a bank, for example. You get whatever interest back in the day, whatever that interest was. So you put your money into this holdings, and it was guaranteed when you get to a certain age that you would get that back. Hopefully.
with interest. So I don't agree on that whole concept of it all. But I thought the variables, insurance-wise, like the people that would die and the people that would live, and granted, people are living longer, right? So less into the fund. It's all confusing in so many levels, but I thought it was a guarantee, especially for a guy like me who's been working for many years, but into this fund that is supposed to be like a savings account. It always blows my mind that people are manipulating, like investing in ways that aren't safe. And why are they investing in it in the first place when it's supposed to be like, in my opinion, and I'm wrong, I guess, because I don't know enough about it. I just put it in year after year after year. My time has come where I should be getting it. And apparently, for the most part, it's not as stable as I thought it would be when I was a younger kid. So I'm ignorant on the whole matter of it all, obviously. But I think, Mark, for your generation, I think we get it. I'm not. When FDR created the program, it was not intended to be a savings program. His pitch to Congress was that it was a program for dignity at the end of an elderly person's life. Because there, at that point, post-Depression, there were a lot of older folks in America who were food insecure, who didn't have adequate housing, who, for lack of a better
But Marshall, that's not where dignity comes from. That's not where dignity comes from.
Please just let me finish. I'm not saying my view, I'm saying what FDR advertised Congress. His advertisement was that those people deserved a pittance at the very end of their lives so that they could live their last 10 to 20 years out in comfort. It's become a retirement program, which it was never meant to be. It was only
It's not a retirement program.
Edmund, for the love of Christ, let me finish. It was not meant to be a retirement program. It was meant to be a program for, quote, dignity, as FDR said. And if we treated it like FDR treated Social Security...
It's a taxation program.
I'm not... Dude, stop, for the love of God. Then we would not be paying out to so many people. Edmund, if you want me not to get mad at you, please don't interrupt me. It fucking fears me off, bro.
So can I just say, because I've been listening to you guys, and someone mentioned the buyout. When you do the buyout for Social Security, because it's an interesting plan, my question then goes to the other social programs that we have. Are you going to scale them down? Because what I would say is that we will see a significant portion. Obviously, I would think. I would be like, yeah, give me my money and I'll invest it and do things that I want. But what are you going to scale back, say, SNAP benefits? Or are you going to expand SNAP benefits to actually include those? What about the various HUD programs, the housing assistance programs, HEAP, the associated various utility configurations that are out there for social programs across all the states? Are you going to then reduce those? Because what I would see is a significant jump on reliance of those services. And what we will have is a very dynamic political spectrum that will broadly expand those, thus massively increasing taxation for all of these different programs. And they would actually raise taxes, saying, don't you want to keep people's heat on up in the north? They're dying.
No. Hold on, Hanson. Again, I want to just get you guys clear on what the Supreme Court has already said about some of these programs. There's three really important points. Social Security and Medicare are tax-funded government programs. They're not personal contracts. Number two, you have no legal property right to the money you paid in. And number three, this is the most important part, Congress can legally change, reduce, or even eliminate benefits at any time for any group.
Yeah, that's all the reason for not having all of these, none of these.
Before we can agree on what gets cut, can't we agree that spending $2 trillion that we don't have annually and borrowing it has to stop, and then we distribute the cuts based on $2 trillion that we're no longer borrowing? Isn't that a good place to start from agreement?
Why don't you get the fat from the top, the third-party management company that makes billions of dollars, right? Why don't we do that?
Well, Don, because what you just said was you were addressing billions of dollars, and what American Party indicated is that we have a deficit annually of $2 trillion. What he's saying is, why couldn't we restrict our spending to what we generate in terms of tax revenue? So if we're pulling in, say, like in 2024, $5 trillion, do you think it would have been a bad idea to say that spending should be no more than $5 trillion? I mean, we already have $37 trillion in debt. Moving forward, what would be a valid argument in support of adding additional debt? I think common sense would dictate that within your own budget, you would stick within your means. Why is it that we're allowed to, at a government level, spend $2 trillion more than what we take in? It makes no sense. And the only way that it makes sense is if the government is literally saying, we don't care because at the end of the day, we have no plan of repaying this debt. And maybe there's been talk about looking at past models of debt jubilee, and just erasing the debt and just saying, okay, hey, things have gotten out of control. We need to do a reset. We're just gonna ignore all this previous debt. I'm not smart enough to calculate what the unintended consequences of doing such a thing would be, because we live in different times from hundreds and thousands of years ago when this was actually a common practice.
I would hate for the conversation to move too far beyond like the point Brad raised before we come back to it, I guess, because I think he raised a serious question, which is, if we eliminate Social Security, maybe for reasons of public policy, not because we're obligated to, but just pragmatically, we may end up having to increase SNAP benefits and other things. I'm not sure that's true, but I think it's a legitimate question. Like, if we removed some elements of the social safety net, well, what is going to prevent us from having to make it up through other elements of the social safety net? Maybe we just need a society, maybe that just needs to be our steely-eyed, glare and like hardness and tough love. Maybe that's what's going to prevent it. But then we need to be prepared to do that.
Jason, my point in bringing that up is because I'll also add the dose of realism into the political fray that we have. So if the success is to say, hey, we're going to offer a buyout, but the Social Security program is definitely ending, so you can get your buyout now, collect your money, move on, and then we'll focus on that. I think it's an interesting one. I think you'd have to work on it. I think it's a good rabbit hole to go down, and it could be fruitful. But my concern is then on the political spectrum, because remember, we're not the only ones in charge. We're not the only ones that are focused on the debt, because there's massive amounts of other people that don't give a shit about the debt. That political spectrum will absolutely, in this day and age, will increase. Like, there will be a Democrat, there will be somebody in there that will just massively increase all of these other programs to an extent that we haven't seen. It will basically give them a doorway. And the argument against that, to say, hey, we're in debt, and then they will sit there and put people up like, hey, 100 people froze to death because they couldn't keep their heat on. That you're not going to win on that argument in a political arena. I don't see a winning scenario in that area, unless you're going to also cut those down and then start to figure out a way that you can incorporate more opportunities for people to take accountability and actually manage your finances going on.
Yeah, Brad. So if people, I understand what you're saying, because that scenario would say that if you're negotiating and then you can cut this and then increase that. The thing is, I would think that if people have come to the census
that these welfare programs are not sustainable, then they would do cut the cuts all around. And if they had acceded to cutting the Social Security or just outright terminate it, but with the same mindset, they would have agreed to cut all other programs as well. I mean, this is the same. It would be built on the same principle, like cutting welfare, not just Social Security, as a bargaining chip.
Yeah, but SNAP isn't where we get most of our debt from. Social Security, Medicare, and disability insurance. Disability insurance actually makes a hefty portion of insurance spending.
Listen, these are all wealth redistribution schemes and debt creation scams. Again, stop the borrowing, stop the spending. If we stop the spending at the federal level, the stock market crashes and we lose 50 trillion there or 100 trillion there. There's no easy way out of this. We have to stop the artificial economy and get back to a real economy. This is one huge debt scam. There will be no debt jubilee. There will just be an implosion and everyone is going to get fucked. And that's the truth. I am complete.
Well, then you don't chop off the arm and let yourself bleed to death. Your argument is essentially, hey, we're probably going to bleed to death when we chop our arm off, but let's go ahead and chop that fucker off anyway.
Well, look at in realistic presence. So right now, like we'll just take work requirements on these programs, right? You know, volunteer work, but it's 20, 40 hours, whatever it is. That is receiving massive backlash from the population. That's just to add work or volunteer requirements. So if that is such a hard pill for the majority of the American populace to swallow, if you cut Social Security, you better have a way to politically, in this environment, you better have a plan to alleviate what will actually occur. And like Jason, I think understands what I'm getting at. But just cutting the spending, you have to govern people. That's the equation you're not accounting for. This isn't a stock ledger. This isn't an Excel spreadsheet. You have to govern people. And if you add the people equation, you have to figure out how to get them convinced that Social Security is a defunct program. It's not really viable. It doesn't help promote us. It hurts us. You have to show that. Then when you cut it, you have to ensure that people are not going to crash and burn in massive ways, which will occur. So how do you prevent that?
Can I run a thought towards that? Universal income doesn't necessarily have to be a handout. It could be a way where people are working to save all the stuff that's negative in the planet. Quick example, a dump truck can come to my house every month instead of once a week. So all that energy that these big trucks are making, moving this to landfill and stuff like that, what if universal income, I got paid for the stuff that I do. I compost everything. Nothing organic leaves my house. What if, and I'm talking about residential, granted, in residential areas, but I contend we could do it in the cities too with a little bit more thought on the subject. But universal income, we all get paid a check. Because we all know that technological unemployment is happening. People are going to be losing their job. So there's going to be more and more of us wondering what to do with ourselves. And they're going to find themselves at home. At the very least, what you can do is stop organics from going to the landfill where they do no good. That's the biodiversity lost in our updated growing system. So if we could...
We're talking about getting rid of Social Security because it's too expensive. It's like $1.5 trillion a year. And you're talking about adding like an additional $5 trillion in spending. Like where are we going to get that money, man? It doesn't grow on trees. Where does it come from?
You're not getting rid of Social Security because people have been in for decades, and that's not going to happen.
Can I go? Could I ask my question?
Please do.
Mark, I think you were going to say something. At least I thought you were going to say something.
No, I think Marty's going to jump in.
So
I think the last speaker really is emphasizing my point when Social Security is like it should be like a piggy bank. You put a little, you work hard, and you put a little to the side for the future when you want to retire. But I feel like if you actually want to start cutting something, it should be food stamps, because the current system that we have, if you make $1 more than whatever limit that they give you, could lose your food stamps. So people start actually not taking that raise because they have so much involved to lose for that little dollar that they're gonna gain. And I feel like that's actually something that keeps Americans down. Rather than giving something for free, you work and you could get that benefit of a food stamp type of program. But if we're gonna cut something that's spending and
Oh no, that was totally my fault. I was friending him. I'm so sorry.
Marty, you're coming back
up. No,
Marty.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Kristen moved you. Kristen's a woman. She doesn't know how to work the tools.
This is why I'm terrible at modding. I was friending.
No, you're fine. Look, your specialty is making sandwiches, not modding rooms. We get it. I thought it was crocheting.
Marty, I told you last time the Special Nutrition Assistance Program makes up 1.5% of overall U.S. spending.
I'm sorry, Ray.
Let Marty finish his statement, Marshall, if you could, please.
So I don't know where you last heard me, but if a program that actually starts causing harm, it's like a sinking sandstorm. I think we should start focusing more on that or making it better for people who are on it to not always have to depend on it for basic necessities like even housing. These are types of things I've even heard Democrat Congress politicians basically talking about it. And rather than going towards Social Security where it just basically you put in when you're actually working for retirement, I feel like there is actually benefit there. So if we actually want to cut spending, we should cut it in a way to make food stamps not something that you're always going to have to depend on. And it could be programs where that could end up making us save money and not have people go hungry.
Marty, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program in fiscal year 2023 was $115 billion, made up approximately 1.84% of the entire federal budget. Fiscal year 2024, SNAP was $100.3 billion. That represents 1.5% of overall U.S. spending. It's like getting rid of foreign aid. Don't get me wrong, I understand the concept of you start small and you work your way up. But if we're being real about the drivers of our debt and the drivers of our expense, SNAP is not among those drivers.
It's about the principle, Marshall.
Marshall, if I may, Tucker Carlson just had a guy on that says that banks make the money. They have no tangible, yet it just comes out of nothing. For some reason, they are able to make money. So why can't we just make a ton of money and feed everybody? How come we can't do that?
I'm confused. Why can't we make a ton of money and feed everybody? Like, I'm not following.
These people believe that you can create an infinite amount of fiat and that it will have no repercussions. They're delusional and low IQ.
They do, but let's try to explain to him why, okay? And Mark is correct that banks can make money. How do they make money? By issuing loans on existing money. And that's why banks have what is called a controller, which is some kind of government officer installed there to control what they're doing with the currency. And so they do have a currency making power. And there's some obscure paper on this. I'll have to go see if I can.
So how come they can't do that with Social Security?
So the problem with making more money is that the value of money is backed by the value of the exchange of goods. Okay, and that you cannot increase the value of the exchange of goods by increasing the number of units of money in the world. So it doesn't solve the problem. You don't create more food by creating more money to buy it with. So the real question is, how do you get the food to the places where it needs to go, and how do you get the surplus of food that you need to give to unproductive people, and so on? That's not a problem that's solved by making money. So by manufacturing money. So this is the basic misunderstanding of what you're talking about. You're saying, let's devalue everyone's money, basically, so that we can take this extra money we created and use it to get the food and whatever. Then you are basically taxing the whole economy in an extremely uniform way. And then you have to ask yourself, is this the right way? You still have to ask yourself, is this the right tax policy? That's an extremely regressive tax, by the way. And I mean, is that the right tax policy? And you don't get away from asking and answering that question just by saying, "Well, make more money." You're saying, "Okay, we're going to tax everyone a uniform rate, and then give that to people who don't have food." Okay, that's a proposal, but that's not like a hand wavy solution that does away with all these questions we're asking. So that's still taxing and then spending. That's what that amounts to.
I'm curious if we're going to talk about, so obviously the debt was number one here in this poll. I'm curious if anyone's interested in talking about what was the second voted poll of Islamic extremism, as in what is the biggest threat to America?
Do you all still believe that Islamic extremism is the number one, just a question, is the number one threat to America?
According to the polls, it's, at least according to this room, it's number two.
The U.S. defense establishment believes that when they do their annual threat assessment and budget assessment to Congress, they rank Islamic terrorism third, I believe, in the list of priorities. It's first China, then Russia, then either Iran or terrorism above it.
Sabina, do you think that there's a Muslim congressman or senator that ever voted to be a fiscal conservative and to be prudent with spending money? Or do you think Muslim senators and congresspeople have no problem borrowing and spending on behalf of the American people? What do you think, Sabina?
Spending money doesn't whether one is a Muslim or not.
Yeah.
I think
a quick question. Sorry, Sabina, a super quick question. I just want clarification. So, Marshall, do you know what the criteria that the government bases these threats on?
They come under the National Defense Authorization Act, and it's a combination of like internal research and external research. Would you like me to? I'm in a pharmacy where I'm kind of able to do it. You want me to pull up the 2024 defense estimate for you? I don't mind.
No, I mean, I guess maybe I'm not wording my question correctly. Like,
Marshall, just get your prescription and don't worry about the Defense Authorization Act. We want you healthy and happy, Marshall.
Could you just tell us? Make sure you have enough for us. So I rewatched The Sopranos recently, and towards the end, there's Tony's Sopranos FBI buddies that were first, of course, watching him. One of his FBI guys got reassigned to Middle East affairs, and so he's not hawking Tony anymore. But as a favor, he says, "We know that there's action, there's works that are being taken against you because they're bugging. They're bugging phones and such of the New York family or whatever. So is it that kind of level where our CIA agents are gathering intel and they're basing the level of threat on bugging Al Qaeda or whomever might be the threat?
Intelligence, signals intelligence, and financial intelligence all go into making up the Defense Authorization Act, as well as the National Defense Estimate. So it's National Defense Act.
Yeah, the NDAA is $1 trillion line item a year. $1 trillion a year.
Look, people, it's just analysts estimated.
Yeah.
There's no signal intelligence that's going to tell you these guys are 10% threat.
That's not my point. You asking what all they use.
Right.
They do use signal intelligence to write that.
They use signal intelligence to produce their estimate, but they take a bunch of analysts and they say, analyst, give me an estimate. Analyst 2, give me an estimate. Analyst 3, give me an estimate.
Right, I get that, Jason. I get that. What numbers, what factors do they change from year to year? Is it the conflict in Israel?
They may look at that,
But we may look at that, but there's not like a number that says if there's a conflict in Israel, there is a 70% chance or something like that. There is not something like that. They just have estimates.
Yeah, I would argue that Islamic aggression in the Middle East would be a threat to America's allies, which would include Israel. I'm not sure if it's like a direct threat to America, but Mark Rubio was just recently talking about mass migration from South America, and I would assume probably that's more of a immediate threat to America.
We spend $2.7 billion a day on a security force to defend the United States of America. $2.7 billion a day for a police department?
Well, Marsha, I would assume that you would agree with that, right? Because there's a difference between, just real quick, if I could just get my question across, right? There's a difference between genuine immigration versus like a migration, which is what Mark Rubio talks about, which is mass migration. And one of the few people I heard about that were talking about that was you, Marshall, and the need for a more secure border in the South. So you don't consider that? Okay.
So, I see the necessity for the border to be controlled, and I see the necessity for people to come legally, provided we are able to update our legal process in an efficient manner. I would see nothing wrong with large portions, like large groups of people wanting to apply to come to the United States. They don't come in. Like, I don't have. Let's put it this way: if 10,000 Hondurans tomorrow wanted to follow the immigration process and come to the United States, I'm not going to stand in their way.
Absolutely, yeah.
But, I'm not going to stand in the way of somebody who's doing the right thing legally.
Okay, because the reason I asked you is because before Clubhouse, I wasn't aware of the level that was coming from that region. So my thing is that unless America gets involved in fixing the issues that are not fixing, but collaborating with South America to not all of the countries obviously, but the ones that do create a problem, unless they fix that, then it's going to continue to be a problem. So and that would be in the Texas border with the Abbott as well as California. But I was just answering American question. I would say the Islamic aggression is more of a threat to American allies, which would include obviously Israel or other countries. But my thing is that I think there's a difference between legal immigration and mass migration.
Yeah, we heard that already. Sabina, stop repeating yourself. These are the top 25 U.S. federal agencies we should abolish to save America. Number 1, Federal Reserve. Number 2, Department of Education. Number 3, EPA.
Oh yeah, jump in.
This is interesting. Thanks. Wait a minute. Who in the fuck moves people off the stage? What's going on here?
Not me.
I don't know. I wanted to. So,
Hold on. Listen, I can go back to solo modding. I it's not a big deal, but dude, don't remove somebody just because you didn't like what they said.
Yeah, I'm just interested. It's a great poll. I like this feature. Islamic extremism, biggest threat to America. For those who picked that, just, kind of what does that mean exactly? What does that look like? Is it what Sabina's talking about with our allies? Is it in this country right now?
It's JB.
Maybe cells or something like that? Is it the worry it's going to change the cultural fabric? Just,
It's a great question, Pete. I mean, I was amazed that immigration is not even on here, but yet Islamic extremism is on here, but not immigration. Amazing.
So can I answer?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Marty, if you want to answer, because if I answer, people are going to say that, I don't know, I've got some sort of problem. Go ahead.
So, it wasn't that long ago, 9/11. Let's just act as if that doesn't exist. I think also people really also are glossing over the fact rockets hitting your American air bases is a direct attack to America. These are types of things that we don't discuss when we talk about what the radical extremists actually do. Do I think attack it in America? Yeah, if you listen to the FBI, Homeland Security for the past not only 3 years. They're saying in America these are attacks that could easily happen, and they're monitoring, and it's gone wild. When extremists, they don't care if you're Jewish. Like the extremists that went into Midtown, shooting up the place that was previously marked by radical Islamic extremists in America. That building that he targeted was on that list, and we have to fully understand he shot the Muslim guy in the front. And it doesn't. These extremists in all over the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, UAE, all these countries actually mark them as extremists and considers them terrorists. These are types of things that they don't do it just because they are anti-Islam. It's not how it works. It's because these are the types of people that would kill each and every and anybody that they see. They have no shame in their game. You could be Muslim, they'll kill you too. But to gloss over the fact that a terrorist attack in America isn't very possible is actually just not reading what the FBI or the Homeland Security openly says, especially in the last 3 to 4 years. So it is something that Americans should work.
Like,
it's everywhere. The levels that it's on, it's not even comparable to what we've seen in the past.
No, you're missing my entire point, which is because we're American, people want to use us and attack us. Being king of the hill comes.
Yeah, but you never heard Australia. Never heard Australia killing the president of the United States to kill the United States.
Being king of the hill imposes a great deal of benefit. It also imposes a great deal of cost.
Marshall, you know there's a reason for that, right? Why people want to attack America? I hope you know that.
Well, if we could,
depends on which group wants to talk about America. They all have different reasons.
Sure, but I would say it's a bigger threat to the UK. Are you guys aware that America moved a bunch of nukes to the UK? But it's
Wake that up, Sabina. Wake that up.
Do you know the U.S. has nuclear, biological, chemical stash depots all around the world, Sabina?
Yeah, they moved. Go ahead, Jason.
And yeah, I ultimately have to agree that Islamic extremism is a great threat to America. I mean, Islamic extremism is organized and is present all over the world and is clearly a threat in other first world countries. To the degree that it's less present in the United States, that's in part because of very active intervention on the part of the FBI and other security agencies. And that's just realistic. That doesn't mean that, we can take that too far, and I don't think that we should. But is it a serious threat? Yes. And are Guatemalans illegally entering this country to work in our gardens a similar threat? No. Is the porous border a problem? Yes, but in part it's a problem because terrorists come across it. So that's something we have to keep in mind. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying we've got to be balanced here. Border security is a big issue, but Islamic extremism is a super organized thing, and it's a huge threat to Muslim countries, to be totally frank. I mean, Sabina talked about our allies like Israel, but the harsh truth is that it's a big problem even for Saudi Arabia and a bunch of Islamic countries.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. The nature of my question was not any type of gotcha or leading question. I wanted to understand where people's minds are at and what they meant when they said that. And that's absolutely, true. I agree with that. So it's more of something that is imminent, and very dangerous. And like you said, our intelligence agencies are quite good. I think to Sabina's point also, geographically speaking, we have different types of immigration that floods in here. So I was wondering, kind of like maybe she alluded to, if we're comparing to, other Western countries and their issues, where we would rank that on the list.
You know what's a bigger security threat? The Muslims, $37 trillion in debt and $1 trillion in annual interest payments, a $2 trillion Medicare Medicaid program, $1 trillion Social Security program annually. These are the top 25 agencies we have to get rid of to save America. Number one, the Federal Reserve. No, Jason, please stop. I'm going to say this list. Number two, Department of Education. Number three, EPA. 4, IRS. 5, Department of Energy. 6, HUD. 7, HHS. 8, USDA. 9, Department of Labor. 10, SEC. 11, FTC.
Hold on. And you're going to continue leaving because they don't want to hear a list. Like, people have to listen to other people's bullshit. I mean, like, so what you're really saying when you don't want to listen to that, which is fine, you can go ahead and move yourself. You can remove yourself from the room. You do whatever you want. But when you feel the need to say that, oh, I'm out, what you're saying is bullshit, is that you think that your ideas, your thoughts, your words are supremely important and nobody else's are. I mean, honestly, like, and then the mob catches it. One person says it, another person repeats it, and then another person, then another. I heard one person make a comment, and I heard 3 people add on. You guys are such fucking followers. American Party, please continue.
Okay. SEC, FTC, these are the agencies we have to get rid of to cut the debt, stop borrowing, stop spending, and save America. FDA, CFPB, OSHA, NLRB, SSA, CMS, FBI, CIA, NSA, Department of Transportation, Department of Commerce, SBA, and Exim Bank. The name of this query was based on Mises Institute, Austrian economics, emphasizing free markets, sound money, and minimal government. Here's my rank to top 25 U.S. federal agencies to abolish, prioritized by economic distortion and intervention. That was a question to Grok and Representative Thomas Massey and the Mises Institute. Thank you. I am complete.
Okay, so you want to chop off your arm to save the patient.
Hold on. For those of you that think that this is unrealistic, I just want you to look. Everyone who thinks that this is crazy, go and look at what Javier Milei has done in Argentina, and go look at the results of it. I get that in the United States of America, with our checks and balances and whatnot, it's a lot more difficult to do it, and it's a slower process. But there's no questioning that when you get rid of these agencies, the government actually works better. Go look at what's happening in Argentina. I know it's hard because some of you don't even know what's going on in our country, but if you go look at what's happening in Argentina since Javier Milei was elected, it's fucking amazing.
Look, if I specifically look at what happened with those people barely cutting any of the federal programs. People have lost their mind. Number one, you have to be able to sell it, and number two, you have to be able to retain power to pass the legislation. Part of the problem with Edmund's analogy is that while he is right, you need to get rid of those programs to balance out the spending. If you just chop the arm off, you're gonna lose power, and you're not gonna be able to make the corrections you want to make.
Marshall, so what you're saying, let me translate what you're saying. You're saying, I can't get elected or reelected unless I go with the status quo. The status quo has us $37 trillion in debt, and it's climbing $2 trillion minimum per year. And so what you're saying is that, hey, this is just not the way it works here. We like the big spending, and you're unelectable. I'm saying that somebody needs to go and be the advocate to say that this is fucking a problem. Because here's the thing. Maybe today you can't get elected or reelected for telling the truth. But tomorrow you may be able to. Because maybe it hasn't hurt you enough, Marshall. Maybe it hasn't hurt others. But I will say this. There is going to come a time in this country where people are going to look back and say, why didn't we listen to Ron Paul when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to his son, Rand, when he was talking about this? Why didn't we listen to Chip Roy? Why didn't we listen to Thomas Massey? There's going to come a time when people are going to say, why are we now fixing the problem and talking about the problem? And then there's going to be people like myself that are going to go, well, guys, we've been talking about this for quite some time. You didn't want to listen. And in fact, when it was brought up, we were said, oh, well, you'll be unelectable with those policies. I say that we need to address this. We need to.
So that really wasn't my overall point. Yes, you are unelectable. But again, the fundamental problem with Edmund's prescription is if you did that tomorrow, you would have any number of problems and any number of federal courts that would require us to bring people back to work, as has happened. I'm not opposed to the cutting of government, Roger. I'm opposed to chopping off the arm while not thinking that you're going to bleed out because you sliced your main vein. If we're going to do it, let's do it in a way that is
Marshall, what do you think we're doing now? We've already sliced the vein at $37 trillion.
We're not slicing. Our president put forth a $6.7 trillion budget.
Mojo, quick thought. I mean, we have the ability to change our government. We're a part of a country.
Yeah, you and I have this argument before, and I don't agree with you in any way, shape, or form. Taking Congress and making it all digital, bad idea.
You know, Marshall, why don't you try to listen to people? You're kind of smug, Marshall.
Because he has made this argument to me.
And I have. Marshall's right about that. And you don't agree with it. I get that. You don't agree with that idea. But I contend that it's a valid one still. That we have the technology now. Let me speak, Marshall, if I may. We have the technology now. We don't need to send people to Washington to speak for us anymore. We can set up a system of government where we, the people, are finally in control, like our founding fathers wanted it to be. Initially, we have the technology now, and so
you want all of our stuff to be done by government referendum?
With all these congressmen, we don't have to pay anymore. And it's all about a room like this where we can talk about it and how we could, how would we set something up like that? You gotta think outside the box.
You want the United States to be led by referendum?
I want the United States to be run by we the people.
No. Referendum means that you vote on everything. So you're saying we should have a United States in which all 220 million eligible voters should vote on every single thing the government does.
Okay, I'm just going to pass over that ridiculous statement. Rand Paul just wrote on X, the Fed has been cloaked in secrecy for years. But my Federal Reserve Transparency Act would mandate a full audit of this powerful organization.
And he was in the middle of talking to me.
Can I just pause you guys for a second and just say that I don't think this poll feature works very well because I'm counting up the math here, and 30 plus 12 is 42. Plus 40 is 82. It just changed. God damn it. I was counting and you guys voted weird. Anyways, it was adding up to 102%. Just wanted to say.
Breaking news. The Federal Reserve Transparency Act has been put forth in the Senate by Rand Paul.
I mean, we're literally in the middle of talking. So the reason I asked if you wanted everything done by referendum is because one of the cardinal things our founders warned us against doing was having mob rule. Mob rule is people vote on everything, and you go with the wisdom of the crowd. That's a bad
Marshall, we have a borrowing and a spending problem.
Me and I are in the middle of talking. I'm not talking about spending, we're talking about governmental
You're
style.
allowing me to speak, Marshall. I hear what you're saying. I get that. I get what you're saying, but there's a way we, the people, can figure out a system where martial rule isn't even a problem. You know, when I say we talk about a system of government and we have to sit down and talk about it, the beauty about America is we have a right to change it. It's not only a right, it's a duty. And when you talk about martial rule, I get what you're saying, and you might be right, but what if we set it up a little different? And then it takes some time to talk about.
It's not martial rule, it's not martial law, it's called mob rule, and it's what happens when you go with a pure democracy. It is the evil of a pure democracy. Mobs in America have been responsible for some of the most heinous mass murders in our country's history. That is what, no,
I'm not talking about mob rule.
That is what happens.
You were talking about YouTube, but I said into mob rule. And that's
Sounds like Democrats to me. Are the Democrats a mob?
Direct democracy is literally mob rule. Every founder argues that. Every person from the Enlightenment argues that. Every Roman argues that.
Gentlemen, there's other people in the room. Maybe we could open up the conversation. Does anybody else have any ideas to save America?
Artificial general intelligence. And everybody's predicting, what the prosperity it's going to bring. So that would change this whole situation, right? Transhumanism gets my vote. No, I don't mean changing our bodies. I'm just saying that it will affect the economy. But they're talking about having everybody losing their jobs but getting basic income or something. I mean, all that stuff, if it happens, it's going to affect this whole discussion.
Listen, robots building robots, AI and robots is a utopian hypnosis nonsense. We have a borrowing and we have a spending problem in America. We're spending $20 billion a day. Do you think that's enough? $2.7 billion to fund the military daily? We have a borrowing and a spending problem, not a robotic AI problem.
It's not robots. Don't you know how they predict that the whole economy is going to be changed from this? People will be losing their jobs. White-collar people will be losing their jobs. The whole economy is going to shift. Maybe for the
Well,
worse.
if we do UBI, we just add to the debt. We go to 40 trillion, then we go to 50 trillion, then we go to 60 trillion, 70 trillion, 80 trillion, 90 trillion, and then $100 trillion in debt. Where will we be then?
Yeah, well, the whole economy is going to have to adapt to that, and I don't know how you can even predict without adding that in as a factor.
I think it's an important one, and I think universal income, not as a handout, again, I must say it, it's not a handout, it's a payment that we all should get because we're stopping a lot of the nasty stuff that happens with the environment. If we all understand, it's a learning curve, don't get me wrong, if everybody understands the art of making soil, the art of turning organic waste into soil on an individual level, without having machinery do it, people know how to do it, especially, again, as I said, in residential areas. We definitely could do it in the cities, no doubt. It's a little harder. That's another conversation. But here in the residential areas, if we could stop this heavy weight from going to the landfill, people make a lot of money moving that weight to the landfills. Imagine if that money came to we the people, to the system. What if I got paid universally? Income.
What if we could cut your income tax by 80%? What if we could cut your property taxes by 80%?
No. Universal basic income is a denial of fiscal reality. You fiscally can't support 350 million Americans with money. No, like, I beg you, if you erase every amount of money the federal government spent, if you took all $6.7 trillion we just spent, it still wouldn't be enough money to make up a universal basic income.
So if we get rid of all these congressmen that we don't need anymore because we the people
you're missing the point. Congress
because of all this system, then we don't need them.
No.
Think the money would save by getting rid of all these jobs that do nothing for us.
$1 trillion. You need more than $6.7 trillion to do what you're talking about.
We talked about more. We could easily solve the problem by not having
money.
Congress people
finite. You cannot spend.
Of course you can. Are you saying you cannot? By the way, to say you cannot, Marshall, you are trapped in a nasty fog of faith.
I look at history of other empires, and when other empires decide they're going to wantonly spend, they collapse. You know the fucking terror in France? That happened after Louis XVI was told by 6 successive finance ministers that he was fucking broke. And you know what he did? He spent anyway. And you know what happened to him? He got his head in a bucket. Because governments cannot just spend. It is a modern monetary theory farce. It is impossible. We have $6.7 trillion. What you were talking about would take over $6.7 trillion. We can't, on a yearly basis, run a $15 trillion government budget. We don't have
we get the people in charge with today's technology.
It's not about the tech, it's about how much money you bring in taxes, bro. It's basic math. You want to live in some sort of fucking utopia. It's never going to exist because it is a utopian foundation in which money grows on trees and there are never any things there ever. And that's just not the fucking world.
Are you saying that, Marshall, are you saying there's not enough on this planet for everybody?
I am saying your theory is not mathematically possible. You are inclined to believe in whatever airy, fairy, utopian, crazy idea you want, but I don't have to believe it with you.
Mark, no, flip it around. Mark, you are the expert now. How is AGI going to substantiate, like how is it going to sustain the American public by just making money? How?
Why just say I'm an expert?
No, but you're the one proposing this.
Why just say I'm an expert?
But you're saying this is going to solve everything. So how is it going to solve everything?
First of all, AI will most certainly help us on so many damn levels, and it's going to show it. But it's going to take a lot of jobs.
Yeah, but it's going to drop. And if it takes those jobs, what does that do to the economy?
Right, but it leaves us open to experiment, taking care of the planet.
Yeah, but who pays you to experiment?
Universal income.
Yeah. Okay. So
this is a circular argument.
No, it's not necessarily circular, guys.
Yeah, it is.
First of all, the title of the room is Ideas Save America. I contend that with today's technology that's getting ready to happen, even the one collar, somebody mentioned it, doctors and lawyers, they're going to lose their jobs because the computer, obviously, is a lot smarter and faster. We all have been talking to AI right now, and the answers they give are pretty amazing.
Yes,
on so many
we
levels.
agree, Mark, that this is the most boomer take ever. How is it going to generate money?
The money becomes, first of all, the way it generates money is...
You put it into fermented poop in your backyard.
That's not it, guys. I can't believe you make fun of that, but, hopefully this room is recorded, and one day AI will look into it and say, wow, Mark, you really started something here.
Yes,
but you guys...
Why don't we just do a simple math equation instead of talking about composting? Because what we're doing when we talk about composting is talking about what the Democrats and the Republicans and the U.S. government has done to your dollar, to your well-being, and to your future. Do you realize that $50 trillion in debt and over $2 trillion in annual interest expenses, that's when we go into a critical mass death spiral. The relationship with the Federal Reserve is being questioned. If Donald Trump and Rand Paul and Thomas Massie and other patriots make a move here, it's possible to shut down the Ponzi scheme and save the American people. We need good ideas, and we need forensic accountants, and we need mathematicians in here running financial calculation simulations on X, on Grok, on ChatGPT, and we need mathematicians, not composters, Mark.
We need a whole, oh my God, American, we need composters for sure. But that aside, because there's money to be made in rich soil, the biodiversity lost in this outbreak growing practice that we're all a part of, and we're getting pissed off about because all the pesticides, herbicides, that's not the story. I'm saying that for we the people, the average person who loses their job because they can't drive a truck or Uber anymore, the doctor who can't, that doctor that's not specialized in certain things will lose their jobs, that high-paying job. They're not going to find another one. What do these people do all day except contemplate their own existence and their purpose in the world? And what will that be? It'll take, how do I take care of everybody? How do I take care of the planet?
So you talk a lot about
nice thought for America, who dogs composting like it's not.
I do have a question for you in regards to the environment, Mark, that you need to address
it's
here.
Pretty wild how people are dogging what he's saying as if he's saying something that's just mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, exactly. No, but Mark, your namesake, Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg is currently contemplating spending hundreds of billions of dollars building data centers the size of Manhattan. How do you think they are going to power that, and what impact would that have on the environment, do you think?
I think Mother Nature, I think we're getting closer to many ways to create energy out of nothing. When I say nothing, the sun, solar, thermal geo, there's so many ways we could. Guess what? We don't go that way because there's no money to be made.
Hold on.
The lack of knowledge, the lack of creativity. I feel like we deserve the problem that we have. When I look now at the $37 trillion and I hear what's happening in this room, the things that people blame and the reluctance that people have to even solving the problem, I think we deserve this. I actually think that the government and their stupidity and their corruption is not a them problem. I think they're a reflection of what the American people are.
This is what George Carlin said.
Mojo, don't talk about yourself.
He said, did you ever think maybe it's not the politicians that suck? Maybe it's you that sucks.
Maybe it's
Are you talking to me?
You're the people, the citizens of America. Why do you think we got a problem in Congress and the Senate? Maybe it's we the people that suck. Maybe it's you that suck.
America, chill out, bro. You know what I recognize about America, bro? It's like everybody loves just pointing the finger, but nobody solves no fucking problems. All you guys do is sit on this app.
Great. So hold on. So solve the problem.
Hold on.
Let me talk. Hey, shut your fucking mouth, bitch. Listen. No, I'm gonna ask you a question. No, you get it. You get out there and you say then offer a solution. Offer a solution, you faggot retard. Go ahead and offer a solution. Go ahead and offer a solution then. I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. After all that shit talking, I bet you he doesn't offer a solution. I bet you this faggot retard doesn't offer a solution. Go ahead.
You're like the motherfuckers.
Where's your solution? Where's your solution?
You're like the motherfuckers in WWE.
Where's your solution? I'm gonna bring this retard back up. He says that the problem with Americans is that they don't talk about solutions. And then he goes on this fucking faggoty retarded rant. I'm gonna bring his retard ass back up, and I guarantee fucking tell me your solution. If you don't get to your solution, I'm just gonna fucking love you and faggot retard.
Stop sucking your own dick, dude. Stop being gay and sucking your own dick. Try to stroke your own ego because you run in a room where you get attention.
Correct. So don't bring him back up. Nobody invite him back up. If you guys invite him back up, I'm unmod all of you. I will invite him back up, and he will have one chance to get to the solution. He wanted to say that nobody talks about solutions, so this is a guy that has solutions. I'm going to bring him up, and if he doesn't mention solutions in the first fucking 30 seconds of what he has to say, I'll just move his faggot retarded ass out of the room. He's obviously not interested in offering a solution. We'll bring him up and we'll see.
Mojo, if I may, I think a great solution that nobody wants to touch upon.
I don't know if it was so great, but we can touch upon it.
Here's the deal. Before we
I'm going to bring him up. Hold on, respectfully.
Wait, Mojo, before you bring up, can you ask him the question, if he was president of America, what he would do for we the people?
Yeah, that's the question that's on the table. I'm going to bring him up, and I'll bet you what comes out of his mouth is a personal attack on me rather than a solution, which is what he said he was here to provide.
You guys done painting pictures? The way you have to paint pictures just to get information out of people is fucking sad. Like, seriously. You literally painted, dogged the shit out of me and think I'm not going to say anything about all the bullshit your ass just said. Nobody can come up with a solution because of dumbasses like you, bro.
Okay, what is your idea? Give us your top 3 best ideas, Marv. It's pretty simple. I'm just asking you a question, sir. What would you do for America? What's your ideas, Marv?
Because I'm not giving you my fucking ideas just for you guys to still play stupid. You guys sit on the stage just the same way Mark said a bunch of practical, logical stuff, and you're literally trying to just troll everything. This is how I know.
Who keeps modding him?
That's what I'm like. He's not even a member of the House. Why does he? I kept modding him. I like what he was saying. But he's not a member of the House.
Mark, he wasn't saying anything.
It was just word salad. That's what it was.
So, do you think, I really like that quote from that movie with Cool Hand Luke where he's like, what I think we have here is a failure to communicate. So what I'm trying to say is, I think in America, we may have a failure to communicate. And that could be because...
Everyone hold on.
Do not release. Do not release.
Everything will be okay. It's gonna be okay.
we're gonna make some improvements. We're gonna make sure that we don't make the mistakes of the past. Some of you get the moderator badge and think that you want to rewrite the rules, and this is not personal to anybody that I moved, but it is a reflection of the problems that you guys were causing by moving people. So I will bring people back up, but I will not be modding you guys. In fact, I'm no longer going to mod anybody just because people misbehave. You guys decided to mod the guy that came in to tell the room that you don't want to talk about solution. Okay, share your solution, and then he doesn't share a solution, and then you guys want to mod him. It's fucking weird. Raise your hand if you want to come back up. I'll be inviting my favorites back up. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. That's just crazy. I will be bringing some of you up here. Just give me a moment. That was crazy. I don't know why Mark thought he should. He said, I like what the guy was saying, and all the guy was doing was making personal attacks and didn't offer a solution. And when given an opportunity to be called out directly, hey, what's your solution? He had nothing to say. He literally had nothing to say. So anyways, we are now back to a world where Mojo solo mods. The downside of that is, like, if I have to, like, eat or walk the dog or take a shit or whatever I might have to do in my life, I might not be here to properly mod. And so sometimes there can be chaos because of a lack of mod.
Good God, can you just stop? Just stop.
Well, what's your solution?
Yeah, that's my point.
What's your solution?
Shut the fuck up and don't repeat yourself like a monkey.
What's your solution?
I will tell you, if you stop repeating yourself like a mockingbird. It's like literally you was ready to say that when I got on the stage and said one sentence. Well, what's your solution? Let me do them real quick. What's your solution? This faggot. Oh, you know what he's going to say. He doesn't like, bro, how the fuck can I get to a solution? I thought I can't even introduce and say one sentence before you start fucking.
You said 30 and you're still not saying a solution.
Yeah, you know why? Because we're not. What is the point of me saying anything when you faggots?
Okay, then why did you come up?
Because I'm hoping to break through the trollism so you guys can get real, but it's like people lie to me.
You can't even just say the fucking point, dude. No shit. Just say the fucking point.
All of what she's like.
Yeah, so, even though Mark's gone and you guys want to troll, and I probably won't get anywhere with this, I'm going to just go ahead and say it.
Right, shut the fuck up. No one gives a fuck about
shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. I got a picture of a dog in my profile picture. I have comments about myself. Shut the fuck up.
Just say the fucking points on here.
We got a dog in your profile. Shut the fuck up. You're not hard. You're not tough. Your dog's tougher than you. All right, chill out. At the end of the day, my whole fucking point is, I agree.
You look like a metrosexual from 2004.
What you mean? Everybody knows what I look like, pussy. At least they know what I look like, pussy. Shut up.
I know what you look like, and I know it.
You look like a late 90s R&B album.
And you look like a fucking faggot who beats off in his room and probably lets his dog lick his balls with peanut butter. Shut the fuck up.
I have no clue what you're talking about. Just
I have no clue what you're talking about.
Ass me in the fucking room. Don't mean to eat it to me.
Everyone mute up. Everyone mute up. Listen, we're gonna let one mic on Mark.
Yeah.
Mark.
All right, bro. Look, at the end of the day,
hold on. Listen, if I move you down again, we won't be able to bring you back up. I think that's what you're hoping for because you don't have nothing to say.
Right? Yeah, I have nothing to say. There's a condescending attitude.
Okay, well, great. Okay, awesome. Okay, got it. So that was your last chance. People do this on. This is like the same thing as suicide by cop. People like come up on the stage and they filibuster themselves, hoping to get removed because they actually have nothing to say. He did that to himself purposely. He was given multiple opportunities to speak and chose not to. He is a faggot. He is a
dumb motherfucker. You look like Francis Ngannou on opioids, and you're trying to talk to me.
I hate bullies. I hate them. I attack him. But yeah, I hate this stuff. But yeah, he should have gotten on topic after he let himself explain himself. He did explain himself. He should have just went on topic. Because y'all gave him enough time on that. But yeah, I do see people. I know, and there's also some. I feel like solutions. So ideas to save America. One of the biggest things would be the microaggressions towards humans. Just in general, I think America has this mindset of like, I don't hate that group of people only. I hate everybody. And so, and this comes from America becoming a non-slave type of world where they're just like, okay, no, we don't want them to be slaves anymore. We don't want no subhumans. We don't want that. We want them all to be equal. And now the people who actually think subhuman, they think, oh, whether they think racist or whatever, they're prejudiced. All those words that come with that, those people are still left behind in the woods, wondering, oh, dang, what am I going to do with my racism that I was taught? And now that's fading out. So now, okay, forget it. I'll go in public and I'll just say that I hate everybody. So I think that's what happens, especially like when I observe a lot of rooms, and atheist rooms and Muslim rooms, whatever type of room it is. There's always I pay attention to how some white people pay attention, how some white people treat black people, and I'd be like, okay, they're just a cool person. Okay, whatever, that's cool. All right, that's just what's up. They have an issue somewhere else. Then you got people that just like they're so on fire because it's like they got like a thing for black men, or they hate black men, so they just like, oh, I gotta keep them down in some way. They gotta know their place, which those are the people in the woods who, So anyway, that's my. So I feel like being aware of that type of stuff, these microaggressions, I think that kind of helps, so you can know. I was an anti-bully ever since I was little, and I think anti-bullies, we need to be able to be aware of that, and then also just help each other out, and just like, because here's the thing. That's the last thing I'm saying. I think obviously in every room, people will. If you treat a person bad, no matter who it is. They're gonna act crazy. But if you treat them right, like no matter what they are, they'll try to treat you right, unless they're trolling like as a hobby, and then you can shut them down by getting on their level. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, the only thing that I would add to what you said is a focus on microaggressions as a problem ignores the progress that mentioning microaggressions obviously points out. If we've gone past the macro problems and we're down to measuring microaggressions, I think that we've already made some significant progress. I actually think anyone that is focused on a microaggression is purposely missing the bigger point. There are challenges and big things that we have to figure out. The threats to America you guys are voting on, it's funny to see out of 52 votes, 39% said the debt is the biggest threat, 29% say that it's Islamic extremism, 22% say white supremacy, although the people that say white supremacy, for whatever reason, they vote and then they leave the room. And then communism at 12%. I don't know if this is the exact order that would reflect a larger sample size, but I am happy with the idea that the debt is recognized as the number one threat to America. What is Marv saying? Marv is saying, no respect from the jump, and wonders why no solutions can be talked about. He's the guy that I asked multiple times, what's your solution? And he decided to not do it. Still gay, staring at another man's profile pic. I don't know what that means. White people love acting like they never cause problems. I think a lot of people cause problems. I mean, Marv caused a problem on the stage and doesn't want to own up to it. No accountability. Let's see. Joss is saying microaggressions don't keep me from getting the bag. Gilda says put your solution in the chat, Marv. Elizabeth says Islamic extremism. Check. Okay. All right. On that note, Elizabeth, I don't think it's a religion. I think it's a cult. Matter of fact, I think it's a pedophile death cult. The Prophet Muhammad was pedophile, married a 6-year-old girl, fucked her when she was 9. But some of you guys think there's no problem with that. Baseball card curmudgeon says, need to act black fatigue to the poll. I only have 4 choices. I would have added more. Marv says all lives matter in quotation marks, and he's laughing. I don't even know who he's fucking speaking to. Dr. Adams says noisy white women cause the most problems. If they're progressive, that's probably true. Marv says everyone causes problems, ducking once again. Some problems bigger than others. Elizabeth says legacy of conquest. Yep. And then Cowboy Honest says, hello, I'm from Africa. I need an honest woman from Western countries. Well, that might be the most interesting thing I've seen in the chat all day. Cowboy, please come to the stage. Young Zealous says, our presidents have, I think he meant to say pedophilia. I don't know what he's referring to there. But George says, dysgenics. Marv says, America based off slavery and racism, but yet white folks cause no problems that need fixed over other minority problems. Hurts your feelings too much to open that can of worms. Actually, no. I think the problem is that some people will ignore that the origins of this country, we did some diabolical shit. And that should be called out. I think you're right for pointing that out. But I think also people like yourself that don't recognize the progress that this country's made, specifically when it comes to race relations, if you don't recognize the progress, then you're a part of the current problem. And we did a room on are race relations better in 2025 than they were in 1960. And you had some really ignorant people that said, no, they've never improved. And then I would ask, well, what about if we compared 1860 to 2025? And they would say, no, it's always been bad. And so if you can't acknowledge that there's been improvement in race relations, then you are literally the biggest part of the current problem in race relations.
Because they're over skeptical, I guess, towards things they don't recognize. But if you make the vice versa, like towards some of the Americans or white Americans or whatever, towards Arabian countries or different other countries, they're over skeptical towards those countries, and they're more favored. They favor themselves. So it's like a yin and yang, in like a alternate universe type of situation thing. Because like obviously, but I like what you're saying, Mojo, because actually we do need to take notes. I said this to on my Facebook. I said, yo, pay attention to it. Neighbors are not blowing each other up. They're not assassinating each other. They're not offing each other. This is not even happening in a wide scale. So like we should be celebrating over the things that we've accomplished, Mojo. And so a lot of people, they don't do that. We should do that and go to that list, Yeah, so for sure.
I think with the risk of becoming too meta, Mojo, I think whenever you're having a discussion, you have to kind of leave your ego at the door, or you won't be able to have a productive discussion, regardless of your background, what you work in, whatever. Like you have to kind of take that aside and then you stick to the issue, right? So we waited for like at least 10 minutes for Marv to give us an explanation or a solution to the current issue with the deficit, right? And all he wanted to talk about was, oh, well, my this and my that, and fuck you, and gets boring really quick, okay? So to provide the solution, actually, I think that's the kind of interesting. I think we should end the Fed, and I say that as a non-citizen, but I'm also affected by the policies of, the Fed. So ending the Fed would be the utmost priority, or at least the Federal Reserve, they need to stop what they're doing, because I'm actually even more black-pilled than most people in here. I think we've passed the monetary event horizon. So what's going to happen is they're just going to keep printing and then hope to God that all economies crash before the American one. That's what they're doing. They can't do anything else. It's not like, even if Trump tomorrow slashed everything, it would still be too late, because the interest payments alone are $1 trillion every 100 days, right? So they have to do something radical. Most likely it will require some sort of restructuring, where we either use gold again, and then people will say, well, gold is inefficient. Well, okay, maybe we have to do something, because this paper system that we have now is not sustainable, right? So tangible assets. So maybe we can tie it to land or commodities or like productive real estate or something, But there needs to be a strategic shift from paper promises to real world collateral. That's what needs to happen.
Okay, hold on. I want to read the latest from the midwit in the chat.
He said capitalism and Trump and America got the whole world blind to who really is the problem due to everyone speaking English and our U.S. military threat. So, first of all, Marv, Trump's not a capitalist. Trump actually supports tariffs. Trump actually is an economic interventionist. He's the opposite of capitalism. And so, Marv, if I were able to bring you up on the stage, I would. It's clear that you don't understand Trump's policies, which I don't support, by the way. But more importantly, you don't understand what capitalism is. You wouldn't be able to define it. And this, now I understand with your lack of intellect why you chose not to engage on stage when somebody asked you repeatedly what problem were you looking to solve. So you can continue doing your shit, but I think I'm going to shut this room down. I'm going to open a new one. Hold on. Marv, you're welcome to join the house, unless you have an aversion to being in the muff. Some people do. We call those faggots. So if you don't like to be in the muff, you don't have to join. But I'm going to end this room. I'm going to restart a new room. Those of you that have followed the house will get you get a little notification if you have those set up. So I'll be looking forward to seeing you guys here in a minute. And Marv, you're welcome to join. I will pull you up on the stage. Matter of fact, I'm going to title the room so everybody can search for it. I'm going to title it Marv versus Mojo. And just come on in and we'll have some fun. Marv versus Mojo. I will be bringing people up here in a second. Yeah, that was kind of funny how, I mean, if the room title is Ideas to Improve America and everything is always about microaggressions, racial identity politics, gender, race, or climate change, I don't know. It's pretty elementary. I mean, use Grok to run some forward calculations and just look at, at what point. See, the thing is, how does the Federal Reserve, how are they going to even go along with it? If Chairman Powell is balking about what they're wasting the money on, but he says, it's stable enough, but it's unsustainable. They know. So it's like, again, I think it does go back to status quo. But anyways, this is what I believe is an important issue as somebody who's running, to communicate with people. But I need to do more work outside of Clown House for the campaign. But I thank you for what you're doing. And the comedy that you are bringing, the controlled chaos and the controlled comedy is what I appreciate, because the sound wall, as you call it, nobody likes banging their head against a sound wall. So I thank you for, doing what you're doing. You're welcome. If anybody knows Marv, please ping him in. I want to talk to Marv.
I want to make it clear, I don't associate with him. He's not on my side. He don't represent my beliefs against capitalism.
Hey, if I have to own Astro, you have to own Marv.
No, listen. You can call me and my reasonings for not liking capitalism retarded, stupid, faggot, whatever you want to call it. Just don't associate me with Marv's positions. And you know what, Brad? I'll do you a favor. If you don't associate me with Marv's positions, I won't associate you with Astro's positions. How does that feel?
Oh yeah, we got bipartisan agreement there.
Perfect.
So, Brad, are you a Yankee or a Confederate?
I'm a Yankee. I would have fought for the North, and I would have gladly took those Confederate grade little fucking quads, and I would have dragged them out, and I would have ass raped them with a bayonet.
Damn. That's sick. Yeah, we would have been on this straight up. Back to
You
back.
want to fight for the North, Brad?
Hell yeah, I'm a Northman.
Oh, okay.
That's a healthy laugh you have there, Jan.
Yeah, I don't know. I just give it my all on the bottom. It's crazy.
You know, that kind of surprised me. I'm proud of you, Brad.
Fucking slavery is one of the most horrific things that has existed in history, and the idea that somehow I would never have sided with it, which is really on the basis of like what conservatives is, but it's like in the foundation principle, and nobody should ever be enslaved. No one should be forced to bend a knee to somebody because they think they're superior in any class. And so I think people should, those little Confederate ballots.
You just said in any class?
For any class, yeah. Like if you're
So like for example, should I have to bend the knee to my boss at work? Should I not be able to reap the rewards of my own labor?
Yeah. In a practicality sense, yes. You should. You should be able to take a paycheck. But if you sat there and said, my services are worth X, and you made a contract with that employer who said, I will pay you X, then you need to live up to your end of the bargain unless you want to.
I agree with that too. I completely agree with that too. And if you want to change that contract, go ahead and get some other people and start bargaining collectively.
Yeah, that's one part. But that's basically what happened with in America and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, people are doing good. But I would say it's not the same topic as what it used to be. But there's a topic or whatever. I'm just gonna be honest with you. If the world, I think, oh God, there's so much to say about this, but I'm gonna keep it short. Yeah, if people just
it's okay to take a deep breath and think about what you're gonna say and then words.
It's okay. I got it. I was there. I just canceled it out. But I was like, if people just do what's right, people do what's right. Not just right, but like virtue. Like what you got, virtue. If people would take a virtuous type of mindset, not just only morally, because morals are subjective. But if you do a virtuous moral check, then the world will be better. If we just do that first. But we're America, not exactly America, but as far as like the Confederates that were still in America, they are dragging us along. I believe that this is a setup. I think the old brother called the Confederate is still here. John Mitchell, I think it's still here. And I think that thing is trying to make America look the worst in all aspects. In every ethnical relationship, you better believe we're going to ruin it. Because I think that old brother, that old dead brother, he doesn't want to see any unity with anybody. So it's like we couldn't have unity. I don't want to see anybody. So if I see you doing good, Mr. Winston, I'm going to assassinate you. And so, in fact, while you guys are doing good, I can't stand it because what happened to me was so bad. So bad, right? Like I can't treat other people bad. God gave them a chance. To actually show us they're not hypocrites. When it came to the British, right? The British, like, they was trying to enslave them. What is it? Yeah, I'm about to conclude. So this is the hypocrisy that I say. Versus the Yankees and the Confederates period was the hypocrites. That thing.
I'd rather talk about the Yankees and the Red Sox.
Okay. The Red Sox wearing that. Yeah, let me just finish. Okay, so basically, they were not to be put to slavery by the British. They got free from it. Some of the Native Americans and African people worked together who were actually African and Native indigenous. Those were the people who knew the land. So they took. So anyway, that's why the Confederates they were just hypocrites. And it was God showing them, hey, look, you're not gonna have this land, doing all this type of stuff. So many things happened to like show them, hey, like, this is not good. Like the Dust Bowl and all type of stuff. But yeah, Yankees for life. So.
Personal eye. Silence is the best way to win. You know, I just want to say, as an American, having worked with African Americans, Black people in America, I've had good experiences and bad experiences. But even with the bad experiences, in retrospect and self-analysis, it was a me problem who didn't know how to deal with conflict. And those women, those African American women, those beautiful women, those relationships, it was definitely a lack of maturity, and maybe even lack of wisdom. I think that was probably the biggest thing, is because I think after enough time, now this may sound ridiculous, but I think this American experience has to be based on Enlightenment type of principles and philosophy, because there is no other way to explain or rationalize some DEI encounters that I've had in my professional career. But nonetheless, through great psychology and great wisdom and great philosophy, in retrospect, I see it was a lack of wisdom on my part and why I got angry over those exchanges of communication. It was a me problem.
So you have like beef with Black women on the job? Is that the gist of it, sir?
I'm just saying, as a fresh lieutenant in the Army, coming out of a military academy and having gone through infantry training, and meeting a Black female major in the Army intelligence, business unit of the Army, as you would call it, it was like watching Oprah in a military uniform, but a meaner and nastier Oprah. So it wasn't it was an eye-opening experience into my lack of esoteric wisdom.
So the experience helped you build a little character, some self-reflection? Is that it? That's probably good.
No, the only way I can rationalize that experience is based on esoteric philosophy, because any government or any organization that allows people to obtain ranks of power, prestige, and authority based solely on gender or race display, as opposed to intelligence or, earning it, or even purposeful function of the organization. The military is a fucking police force that is used to kill our enemies and protect our country. And to spend $100 billion on, because what I've realized after working in the federal government and in the Army for many, many years, the whole thing is one giant jobs program. No one ever loses their job, even if they don't show up. So it is a giant bureaucracy, and it is a parasite on the American people and their well-being. The people are the host. The government is the parasite. I am complete.
Well, actually, I kind of agree with that a little bit. My wife said that. She said that she worked with there was a gay guy who just wasn't doing anything like there. He was just lollygagging around. And I was like, man, it's crazy you just said that. She told me that story, and I was like, oh, I never. But she said, yeah, it was annoying. And then there was people who stole stuff, and they was like, okay, don't report it, whatever, because something about insurance, I don't know. There's some different stuff. And I was like, huh. So I kind of get what you're saying.
I mean, when you get a federal job and you realize that it's like having Social Security for the rest of your life, you're never going to leave it. But the fact of the matter is, if America isn't run like a business, then we are not capitalists. We're not a republic. We are a communist state. And I don't care if you think the Federal Reserve is separate or there's a secret union. We have become the Soviet Union. And we are this kind of, on my wall, I have rubles. I have a $100 ruble note and a $50 note. It's this same economic system. It's fiat. So
no, it's not the same system. It's actually, it's the World War II Italian system. The infusion of the corporations with the government is exactly what Benito Mussolini had advocated for. He called it corporatism. The critics of capitalism will call it crony capitalism. What we should refer to it is economic fascism. I don't think it's capitalism. I don't think it's communism. It's economic fascism. It's broken, though, for sure.
Well, when I say communism, I mean a jobs program. But anyways, you're absolutely right. I don't think anything's going to change. And I don't even find that disheartening because I think, that it's a giant, it's a global Ponzi scheme. It's because you could look at, the debt of Japan and China, et cetera. Every country is doing central bank planning and fiat currency. So the system is already in a great state of equilibrium. And, Forex and the currency markets, that has to all reflect this like perfect, parity. You could look at the dinar in countries that have fallen and look at their currency. But anyways, the whole point is, this is the Mojo Show. And where is Marv?
Yeah, I think it's clear. Let the record show that Marv, who identifies as an anti-capitalist, I shut down that room to be able to open a room that would be more inclusive, bring him to the stage so he could articulate his views. He decided not to show up. I wonder why.
It's probably smart of him too, because there's secret societies, and what's crazy? Okay, so in America, I think things that
I don't think it's a secret societies.
Okay, this is what I think. Like if you consume your information, your deepest thoughts, you stay protected. If you give all your thoughts away, people can target you. Not people, but I feel like there's intelligence behind a lot of things, and we don't even know there's secret societies. And so they get a toll of information, or poll of information, whatever. The analytics on how people think. Then they come up with plans behind the closed doors. I feel like a lot of us who have good thoughts, we let it out, and it's good to let it out to be understood. Things need to change. But there's people right now that are either Freemason, Illuminati, or some kind of
Young.
Many type of things.
Young.
So like,
Young.
Yeah.
What type of medication do you have?
There's none, brother. That's probably what you're on.
Young, Young, I live next door to a very large Masonic hall here in Chicago. Do you know what they do in Masonic halls or churches or any religious organization? Do you know what they primarily do?
Wow. So there's two things. There's different degrees, and then what they do on the front of anything.
No, just give me one word, a summarized word about what these organizations do. Thank you.
They form together. They come together. I don't know.
Oh, it's education, dude. They're in the education publishing business, the communication business. It's information. What's the problem with it?
So you see what I'm saying? So look, so if you study, you need to study the testimonies of people who used to be Freemason or whatever. And this is hold on. Come on, brother.
I want to look. Let's pretend that this stage is a bowling alley. And let's just pretend that you've rolled a bunch of gutter balls, and now as a friend, I'm lifting up the ball. Hold on, listen. I'm lifting up the bumpers. You're gonna knock down some pins.
If I do with them, that's why you acted this way.
Well, yeah, I have no problem. No, hold on. I have no problem with the Masons, but it sounds to me like you're someone that doesn't understand what Masons are.
No, I haven't explained it yet, so I don't think that's what you're saying. It's a full assessment.
Okay. So walk me through. Okay, what are the two things that you do not discuss in a Masonic?
I wanted to stay on the topic because this is going to.
I was just asking what those two things are because it sounds like you're an expert on this subject, so I want
to send your question towards what he said.
Well, I'm illustrating that you don't know what happens in a Masonic hall.
That's part of your bias because you're trying to protect. That's okay.
But you don't know what happens in there. Tell me the two things you can't talk about.
No, it's the thing that I could talk about, right?
What are the two things you don't talk about in a Masonic hall?
If I was to talk to the Mormons, I could talk to them about certain things. And now I don't have to know every secret.
And now we're talking about Mormons.
No, I'm saying because some of them are Freemason, right? And you can be many things.
You can be any religion.
Yeah,
you just
hold on. You know what I'm saying.
Hold on. What are the requirements to be a Mason?
Brother, I'm not getting into all of that right now. That wasn't my point.
I don't think you know.
But you're cutting me off because you're triggered by it.
No, I'm asking you to. I'm qualifying your expertise on the topic.
Exactly. I probably do forget.
So for the record, you don't know the requirements to being a Mason. Things that you don't discuss when you're in a Masonic hall, but you're an expert on Masonry.
Are you talking about religion that you don't discuss or whatever?
No, it's one of the things.
Oh dang, I happen to be right. I mean that came to me because of the lack of pressure. So that's what I'm saying to you. The human brain works different. If you make it safe, they'll be able to get rid of it.
Your human brain is working much different than mine. Go ahead.
But no, I was but yeah, I appreciate it, Mojo. But that's good to even say that though. For some reason, you saw that. But let me see, America. This is what I'm saying. On the point, there's degrees, right? There's many degrees. So if there's like, say, if you're a higher degree, you would know the deeper things.
How do you obtain the different degrees?
Brother, I'm not going through a questionnaire about it. I know it sounds good. Sounds like it's essential. I'm trying to get to a point. This is the end point that I'm trying to say. Get it and get it out the way. And it's not even so much about Freemasons exactly. I don't want to pinpoint people as if they're all evil, because they're not. That's not the point. I'm saying, and Freemasons existed before America, and so therefore, if it existed in another place, and now it comes over here, that means that wherever it came from, those people have power over many other places then. And so that would mean, damn, we're fighting. It's like we're trying to get order in chaos. And these people are, some people, the people who are hidden in the deeper parts of it, the people who have the deep degrees, who hide a lot of things because they can't tell it, whatever. Those people, like, I don't know how to explain it, man. There's a statement, I don't know if this is Illuminati or the Freemasons may correct me, but it said order out of chaos, meaning you can get order over the earth and order in many situations globally, in many places.
Hold on. Look, it sounds like you've read like a Facebook post about this. Orbo de Cha is translates to order out of chaos. It's interesting how like you have like these basically like these headlines, but you know nothing about it. Do you know how to obtain first degree Masonry?
I claim no knowledge.
Got it. Okay, but you know that there's degrees and somehow you've got an opinion on Masonry.
The Holy Spirit actually leads me in a lot of stuff. Some weird stuff that happened. It's some weird stuff that happened. So I had dreams about entering a Masonic place. The doors were open, and it was like I walked in it. So, anyways, after that dream, I'm fast forward after the dream to see satanic stuff that I saw in the residence and stuff. But when I got out of the dream, a couple days later, when I was living with my roommate, I walked down the street, went walking for a jog or whatever, and then I went to this elf place. I'm probably giving too much information, but I walked down there, and this was important. And I'm stopping. Elf Lodge.
Are you talking about your phallus? Are you talking about your phallus?
Okay, so look, so then I walked in. So this one is short. It's very short. I walked in. I knocked on the door and stuff like that. I was like, okay, yeah, I just would like to learn a little bit about the elves or whatever. And then then they said, I can't remember what it was. They said something like, come in. And they said, normally we don't let people in, but I'll let you in. And they let the door was open. And so the dude said, what is he doing in here? I mean, like, not to be a...
Are you on Snap, Elephants?
What are you doing in here? That's what he's like basically saying in a sense. And because you're not supposed to come in unless you're like a member and stuff. And so...
You want cash assistance?
God's leading me into certain things, and it's like deeper things, just like the Apostle John saw things about the countries that we're going to...
Young, when was the last time you read a book?
Just recently. I read the Bible a lot, but also I was reading Romans. It wasn't a specific book.
Young, let's talk about the Bible. We finally found something we both know about. So, can you give me your interpretation of 2 Kings chapter 2?
What is it? What is the verse, brother?
It's when the prophet Elisha was being mocked by the kids, and Elisha prayed to God to do something, and bears came out of the woods and mauled 47 children.
Yeah. So are you like an agnostic atheist or whatever? What are you?
No, I believe in God. I'm a deist. My question is my question is, what are we supposed to learn from that? Are we supposed to say that if children are mocking other children, that violence is the answer?
I would say there's times where God is close. There's times where they're paying attention a lot, and then there's times where, or there's anointing on a person, and then things happen. And then there's times where it's like the opposite. So
you weren't familiar with 2 Kings chapter 2?
Yeah, I was familiar with it. Yeah,
you are familiar.
I was diagnosing your belief. That's why I was saying agnostic almost. What you do, but deism is. That's why when you came in to to ask questions, I knew that you were part of something. That was
part of something. Huh? Actually, I'm dedicated to be not part of something.
But deism is attached to a lot of the presidents back then. How they used to do deism. So Freemasons.
Do you know what deism is?
Yeah, it's like God doesn't have any involvement, but he's the creator though.
Yeah, it's so the only thing that I reject is the truth claims and the origin stories that some of you people subscribe to. But I believe that there's a God.
Oh, and somebody just mentioned this at a church that I went to, and he said something like, "Did you know George? I think it was Jefferson, who he took out the miraculous things in the Bible."
George Jefferson was the star of was the lead character in the TV show The Jeffersons with the theme song "Moving On Up." That's George Jefferson.
Okay, I must have it wrong. So, what was it, Jefferson? Okay, what was his name then? What was his actual name?
I think you're thinking of Thomas Jefferson. But I can see how you get those things confused.
Thank you, Mojo. That is funny as hell. Thank you, bro. That's just terrible. I'm sweating right now. 30 calories burned. Thank you, Mojo. But no, Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson, he took out the miraculous Bible verses in there because he's like a deist, but he just didn't believe in that supernatural stuff. But I think that comes from them conquering so much. They conquered so many other people's land. They couldn't believe that God could let something happen to so many people. That's why when you brought that bear thing, I knew that was coming from that type of spirit in a sense. Because okay, all right, God, you're good. You have to be good to be making all this good stuff for us to partake in. But where are you? Because literally I can do this, and I don't see no repercussion. This was the mindset of a lot of the enslavers too, because they're watching. They're like, okay, God, I just off this person thing. I'm reading the book of where Elijah's at, and the bear comes out of nowhere. So he said, this is what God says in the Bible. Jesus says this. He says, I caused the sun to rise on the good and the bad, and I caused the rain to fall on the good and the bad. And so he said, young, look, you're all over the place. Let's put the bumpers back up. You have intelligence. You're denying it, even though that don't make sense. You just
I want to put the bumpers back up and focus the conversation. So let's get into a scripture that I want to get your opinion on. Leviticus 18:22. What do you think?
Okay, let's see, 30, I guess. Okay, let's see. It's all good. You're gonna get weird. Let me see. Leviticus
18:22.
18:22.
And depending on what version you're reading, it's if a man lay with a man the way he lay with a woman, that's detestable, saith the Lord.
Yeah, I got every version. Let me look at it. Let me see. I'm gonna look at the actual Hebrew here, and then we can actually see what's there, not whatever. All right. Let me see.
What the fuck was that? Were you ordering something?
This is my Latin spell. I'm joking with you. Let's joke with you. I'm Christian. And with a male, not you shall lie. Obviously, it's going to read the opposite. But as with a woman is an abomination.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
So you don't like faggots?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't hate them, but yeah, I don't hate them. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But I agree with the sex that laying down with the woman, laying down with the man. Yeah. So.
Okay, fair enough. Look, to each their own. All right, I want to pass the mic around. This has been fun. You feel free to tap back in. You've got a contagious laugh. I think you won over most of the people in this room with your with your spirit. There's definitely a kindness about you. Yeah, you're welcome in the muff anytime. Matter of fact, the only people that don't enjoy being in the muff are the people that were referred to in Leviticus 18:22. But that's a whole other story. So, yeah. Brad, Serendipity, Nye, Don Lopez, my favorite person ever. What do you guys want to talk about?
I know, right? Thank you.
Marv was a no-show, so I don't know what we're going to do with ourselves.
I want to discuss. I want to find out, and I'm trying to find it, and I can't find the name of that fucking third-party management company for DCFS that the LA Times informed on everyone about back when Gabriel Fernandez was murdered. Poor kid, but yes, and people don't know about it. That we're wasting all that money on a company like that. People knew about it, they'd be like, get out.
Is that little boy that there was a Netflix documentary made about him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't watch that. It's just I've heard about it, and it sounds horrible.
It was boring. Yeah.
Yeah, I can't bring myself to watch that. Everyone felt that child, the parents, the system. Yeah.
Right, even the welfare system, the DCFS, yeah.
But yeah, defending, they'd rather be, they're more worried about that than actually defending like our laws and values and kind of, they stay silent and supporting it, and yeah, it's really putting the country's future at like serious doubt. It's quite concerning.
Well, it's because the average British citizen does not have any values.
Want about the development of modern capitalism is often attributed to Adam Smith. Oh, interesting. That went further back. I know that. An 18th century Scottish philosopher and economist. In his book, The Wealth of Nations, Smith argued that free markets and competition could lead to economic growth and prosperity. This is the last paragraph here. As for Adam Smith's religion, I asked him what his religion. He was raised in Presbyterian Church, which is a Protestant Christian denomination. However, it's noting that the relationship between capitalism and religion is not complex, and different religious traditions have been had varying views on the subject. My wife thinks I won't be retired.
Have you ever opened up a pizza restaurant or created a website to sell a book or maybe listed something on eBay, Young? Have you ever worked a job where you had a boss that had investors or a management team that, was in a chronic state of disarray? Young, what I'm trying to say is we've got crony capitalism.
You ever watch gladiator movies?
Yeah.
You seen a grown man naked? Young, that was a great example of capitalism, by the way. Just, I've heard it. I was down below. Somebody invited me up.
Mark, let me ask you a question, Mark.
The epitome of capitalism is what Young just talked about.
Mark, if everybody in America had a compost heap in their backyard, how much do you think we could knock off the federal national debt in 10 years? Be honest.
Oh my God, that's a room in itself, my friend. But guess what? If everybody knew the value of organics, the farming, it would change so much on so many levels. So when you make fun of me on these different venues that we're talking on, you have no clue the value of organics.
Maybe the farmers don't know the value of organics. You think
I'm saying we the people, individually.
No,
have
you
no
mean
clue
you
how
that
important
live
it
in a
is.
suburb or a city environment. Whose biggest decision in terms of your consumption or products is whether you're going to have which Uber driver you're going to have deliver your food. That's a different talk. But if you're talking about the actual farmers, the people who work agri, and those that live off of the land, they actually know. They know a lot more. But you're probably responsible. No, you don't. You get fed by people who live off the land, who live, sweat, die, bleed by the land, who raise their children without so much as a huge offering a nickel of support. You critique them, you pass laws, and then you sit there and cry when your gold wrapped bougie exceeds $5 that your fucking, what is it, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's, or whatever, fucking squad, twit, fucking third out there.
Amazing you can be so rude. You have no clue who I am, what I'm talking about. But yet you can just throw me under the bus.
Please enlighten me. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, I'm saying I contend that we the people could easily stop, first of all, the waste. It's all about education, in my opinion.
Presidential candidate.
Understanding the value of organics, and any urban farmer, or not urban farmer in general, realizes that truth.
Also, I think it's weird. It's like,
You still haven't answered the question. You haven't done anything. All you said is that we could save money by doing organics, like some other billboard ads.
I contend we're going to save the world with organics and how to teaching people how to turn organics into soda. I mean, all this stuff.
You think farmers don't know that already? You don't think that if I take a banana peel and pour it in the ground,
no, I know I know farmers know how to do it, but the regular person doesn't. And they don't realize how simple it can be.
Well, thank you for elaborating my point. You proved my point. You in an urban environment or suburb order pizza on Friday night.
Go get a Mars bar.
What the fuck is a Mars bar?
running America, we have.
What the fuck is a Mars bar? I don't even understand. Like, you're all over.
Mars bar is like a candy treat.
Wait, gentlemen, let me interrupt your candy bar conversation. Mark, do you think at $37 trillion over the next 10 years, let's say we get to $50 trillion, do you think, paying $2 trillion on the interest is too much? I mean, what would you do to manage the budget, Mark, and the money supply?
So trapped in this system, you are going to be the last person people go to change it all. You, America, have no clue. American.
No, I'm asking you, what's your solution to the budget crisis, to the borrowing and spending crisis? What would you do if you were president of America and you had absolute control and you were Mussolini? What would you do, Mark, as a fascist or a communist or a socialist? What would you do? Or a capitalist? You tell us, Mark, what would you do if you had snap your fingers? What would you do?
Yeah, first of all, I would live by example. I would take all the injuries we have in war. I bring us all back and apologize for the nasty stuff we've done.
on so many levels. I bring us all back. I put all that budget into figuring out how we, the people, can set up a system of government that is sustainable, rather than putting these politicians, these people who have, these Congress people who have.
Wait, our government isn't sustainable? Hasn't been going on for 250 years?
No, I would.
And then your blanket apology, you're just going to stand there up on the podium and go, you know what, we're sorry. You know, we didn't mean to. We didn't want to show you that how the sunset's voice on Japan.
You call me Mussolini. How cool would it be if you said, listen, I apologize for all the stuff we've done. Now we're going to come back and try to figure out the founding fathers, Thomas Paine especially, of course, the key founding father, because nobody's read founding father. Of course.
Actually, hold on. Mark. Shut the fuck up. The fuck are you doing? You just said something. You said nobody's read Thomas Paine. I literally had a Thomas Paine book club on this app, and we went through Age of Reason. We went through Common Sense. I mean, like, what are you even talking about?
You didn't invite me? Wait.
You might not have been on the app at the time. This was back in 2022.
Well, next time you do it, you need to have me on the app with you.
Yeah,
What are you, the authority on all Thomas Paine? No one else
I'm his person. This is resurrecting him to the founding father, the founding.
You know, Mark, I asked you about the debt and what you would do to address the debt, but let me ask a different question. Does anybody here have any revenue ideas or business ideas that America could get involved in to generate more income and more revenue?
About everything American. You ever hear the Venus Project or the Zeitgeist Movement, Free World Charter, American? I know you haven't, because you're so trapped in this nasty system that's destined to fail. It's destined to fail.
Hold on. It sounds like both of you reject the current system, but you just have different ideas of what that would look like. Why be so adversarial with each other? Why don't you guys just have a calm, collected conversation about it?
I'm into that.
Yeah.
All right. But American was in the last room that I was in.
Yeah, no, he could be a little trollish, but the question he asked I thought was a fair one. You know, if you were king for a day and you can make these changes, like what would you do that would reduce what would you do that would reduce spending, that would reduce the debt, and would make Americans more prosperous? Like, what are your ideas?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, we're getting ready to get into some where AI is going to be taking many of the jobs, right? So we have to know that that's a fact. Not just blue-collar workers, white-collar workers. Job will be gone. These people are going to wonder what to do next. In a job where no matter how you figure it out, AI is going to do it better than you. And a corporate entity is going to always hire AI. Always. Because you know why? They do it far better.
That doesn't answer any of the fucking questions.
But how do we make money if money is the standard? How do we make money at it? Maybe money doesn't need to be the standard. Could you imagine that? What if we could all figure out the equal standard of living, where everybody has food, shelter, and clothing? What if we could figure that out? What if you didn't need as much? What if all people need, the youth I think are getting this anyway, is just information, where you can get the information and be able to walk the planet peacefully.
So schools
on planet Earth.
Schools that already, you haven't even answered the basic question, but we already have that system. It's called schools, high school, college, elementary school. You have pre-K. You have tutors. You have other institutes.
Brad, if everybody understood that information is at the click of the button, all these executive type school board people, we don't need to pay them anymore. They're gone. bye-bye. You know why? Because I can get information at the click of a button. I don't need any of this bureaucracy bullshit.
How come we're yeah, that's actually deep. What you're saying, because like it's you're not you're on point with that actually. Because everybody's teaching in some way. If you're doing something, you make a proclamation, you're teaching. If you do something over and over again, you're teaching in that way. There's so many things that people are teaching without even being asked to teach. So everything that you do is a teaching point, and everything that you say is a teaching. It's a proclamation. It's preaching and teaching. So like, yeah, that does make sense, bro. Like, if we can like figure out stuff from there.
Well, Young, let me ask you a question, and Mark, too. You know, what is the difference between subjective and objective? Can anyone tell me maybe what the difference is between objective and subjective, or subjective, objective? Anyone?